Good evening, everybody, and welcome. The Town of Los Gatos Council meeting of May 21st, 2024 is now called to order. Thank you for being here. May we have a roll call, please?
Councilmember Arista is present. Councilmember Rennie.
Here.
Councilmember Moore.
Here.
Vice Mayor Hudas.
Here.
Mayor Badami.
Here. At this time, we're getting ready to do the Pledge of Allegiance, and I'm excited to introduce our pledge leader from Raymond Fisher Middle School, Arnav Mana. Would you please come forward and join me? Come on up. So I'm going to introduce him again to you because I want to tell you a little bit about him. He's in the 8th grade. His favorite subjects are math and science. His favorite activities are track and field and competitive fencing, ranked as one of the top in the Western region. He performs community service. He's volunteered at Second Harvest, Dave's Avenue School, and Golden Gate National Park. He served numerous hours in community service through Boy Scouts of America. So welcome, and I'm going to hand the microphone over to you as you lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance.
Thank you so much. Please place your right hand over your heart. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's have a round of applause. Arnav, before you step down, I'd like for you to walk around to each of the council members and shake our hands and come back this way. Thank you so much. One more round of applause for Arnav. Okay, we have several presentations tonight, so it's going to be a fun night to start the evening. And if you didn't know, this is National Police Week. So, clap. Would Captain Clint Tata please join me? And if there's any other members of the team that would come up, I see some coming. Sergeant Baramio, please join us. Okay, the Los Gatos Monte Sereno Police Department, under the leadership of Chief Field, Captain Tata, and the team, is committed to ensuring public safety with integrity, compassion, and professionalism. Their exceptional law enforcement services include community policing, community partnership, trust building as a foundation to public safety, resourceful and thoughtful responses to requests for assistance, events and programs to enhance each facet of these core services to our town. We express our deepest gratitude for these selfless public servants who put themselves in harm's way to keep us safe. Please accept our proclamation and know the value and respect that we have for you, your team, and the services that you provide. Okay. Thank you so much. This also happens to be Public Works Week. So would our Public Works Director, Nicole Burnham, join me and any other member of the team that we'd like to invite up? Welcome, team. Public Works professionals focus on infrastructure, facilities, and services. They are of vital importance to sustainability and resilient communities, and to the public health, high quality of life, and well-being of the people of Los Gatos. We recognize the contributions of our professionals that they make and call upon all citizens, civic leaders, and civic organizations to acquaint themselves with the issues involved in providing our public works. I hereby proclaim May 19th through May 25th, 2024 as National Public Works Week, and extend our sincerest gratitude to our professionals in keeping us connected. Please accept our proclamation, but let's get started with a round of applause. Thank you. One more round of applause. They deserve it. They work so hard. Our next one, it's Municipal Clerks Week. Would Wendy Wood, Jenna DeLong, and Kiara Johnson please come forward and join me? Hello, ladies. We are so lucky to have these lovely ladies supporting us and our residents. They do not get enough recognition for the valuable work that they do. The role of the clerks is a time-honored and vital part of local governments that exist throughout the world. They administer democratic processes such as elections, we have one coming up, local legislative actions, and access to town records. They ensure transparency to the public, render equal service to all, and remain mindful of their neutrality and impartiality. They endure long evenings till midnight at council meetings, away from their families and loved ones, yet return to the office in the morning bright and early with a smile. They demonstrate exemplary dedication to the Los Gatos community. Thank you for having our backs, and please accept our proclamation with the deepest gratitude. One more round of applause, they deserve it. Okay, it's Historic Preservation Month and Affordable Housing Month. So at this time, I would like to invite our Executive Director, Joel Paulson, Jennifer Armour, other members of the team that we'd like to invite up.
I think it's building also.
Okay, I had them just... Building can come up too. I had another one for you that was separate, but that's okay. Roy, come on up. So historic preservation celebrates our unique history as embodied in a variety of classic architectural styles and building types. It's an important component in fostering local pride and maintaining our community character. And it's also important to recognize the role of history in Los Gatos and the aspects of the heritage that has shaped us as a people. I hereby proclaim the month of May 2024 as National Historic Preservation Month within the town of Los Gatos and call upon all community members to renew their commitment to historic preservation efforts. So know how much we appreciate your efforts in maintaining our historic preservation of our town. Please accept our proclamation, and let's give you a round of applause. But don't go away, because now you're up here, and now we've got Affordable Housing Month. Affordable housing is one of the cornerstones of democracy, and is considered a key element of the American dream. The town of Los Gatos is committed to planning for housing in the right places and the production of affordable housing. Many people, organizations, and local governments throughout Silicon Valley are working collaboratively in sharing best practices, opportunities, and solutions to provide affordable housing. I hereby proclaim the month of May 2024 as Affordable Housing Month and call upon all members of our community to join the town in supporting affordable housing solutions and to meaningfully increase housing affordability throughout the town of Los Gatos. So please accept an additional proclamation for your honorable and tireless efforts. Round of applause, please. Okay, last but not least, Building Safety Month. And we have Roy up here. Hello. The town of Los Gatos continues to address critical issues of safety, energy efficiency, water conservation, and sustainability in the built environment that impacts our residents. National Building Safety Month encourages Los Gatans to be aware of the importance of building safety and recognize that countless lives have been saved due to safety standards regulated by local and state agencies. We're grateful for the devotion of our professionals, you too, Joel, who work to ensure the safe and efficient construction of buildings. So I hereby proclaim the month of May 2024 as Building Safety Month and call upon all citizens to renew their commitment to building safety efforts. So please accept our proclamation with deepest gratitude. Thank you so much. Back to business. Okay, we're moving to consent items. So we have a number of items on our consent calendar. They're considered routine town business, and any member of council can request to have an item removed for comment and or action. And members of the public may also provide input as comments. So I don't see any hands up from council members to poll the item, but I do have a speaker card coming forward. Vice Mayor.
Yeah, thank you. I did have a question about number 8. In reading the staff report for number 8, it seemed to address the agreement between the town and Los Gatos Saratoga Recreation. However, when and we had some correspondence about some concerns in the adult rec center. When I read the staff report, I didn't see where specifically that was referred to. But when I looked into the, I think, user agreement in section 2, it then only referred to several parks. So question for the town attorney is, can we accept comments regarding something other than those specific premises that are listed in section 2?
No, the comments should be limited to the town's lease of the ball fields that are included in that agreement. If there is an interest in public comment on other leases, I do think that would fit under the discussion of the budget forecast.
Okay, thank you.
So just to clarify through the town attorney that should council approve consent item 8, it doesn't have anything to do with the provisions of the wording within a lease agreement as referenced by the desk item that we received.
It does not have anything to do with the lease for the adult recreation center. Agenda item 8 is limited to the lease for the parks that are used for park activities.
Thank you for the confirmation on that. I do have a speaker card for Lee Fago to comment on item number 8. Please come forward.
Good evening. I just heard the discussion, and I'm speaking just as a resident of the town, not representing any group. But that last dialogue about whether or not the lease agreement is limited to the parks discussion, I don't believe is correct, because in that agreement, it references that there could be other, it includes the following, quote, authorize the town manager to execute any forthcoming amendments during the duration of this agreement, end quote. So that means that the town manager could amend this agreement for parks, any amendment to that agreement. And so there's no council oversight going forward. Part of this use agreement between the town and Los Gatos Saratoga Rec includes, quote, Los Gatos Saratoga Rec shall comply without limitation with all applicable provisions of the Los Gatos Town Code, end quote. That means open and free speech, diversity, equity, and inclusion of different perspectives are allowed. Quotes from the March 27th, 24 message to the town manager regarding terms for Los Gatos Saratoga recreation use of the town facilities, as the intent of the message is, quote, requesting an opportunity to negotiate the lease agreements for the Adult Recreation Center located at 208 East Main Street and the Youth Recreation Center located at 123 East Main Street, Los Gatos, end quote. The ARC and the Adult Rec Center and the Youth Rec Centers are truly community assets. The best and highest purpose for their use is to serve the enrichment and recreation needs of the community. However, the terms of the proposed new contract include, quote, recommend political or current event discussion groups be prohibited from using the facilities. Yet, end quote, yet community asset, free speech, open and engaging citizens, how can that be accomplished on town-owned property? Yes, it's leased out, but it's town property. Senior citizens who were dues-paying members of the Los Gatos Saratoga Rec were denied any further meetings as members, but instead had to rent space, pay for staff attendees, and indemnify the rec and the town, including, quote, release Los Gatos Saratoga Rec and the town of Los Gatos from any and all liability though that liability may arise out of alleged negligence or carelessness on the part of Los Gatos Saratoga Rec and or the town, end quote. So why the heck would you assume any and all risk and liability if the town or the rec could be at fault? So I believe that if these contracts can be negotiated, then I think as part of this item should be discussed.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Fagot. Are there questions for Mr. Fagot? Seeing none, I do have a question for the town attorney, and that is based on the public comment by Mr. Fagot. Do you still stand by your legal opinion?
Yes, it's my opinion that that discussion would best take place as part of the budget discussions, because the letter from Los Gatos Rec requesting changes to the lease for the Adult Recreation Center was submitted pursuant to item 12 regarding the town's budget.
Okay, thank you. I see no more speaker cards. Any hands on Zoom that wish to comment on our consent calendar?
There are no hands raised on Zoom.
I'm going to close public comment and come back to my fellow council members and see if there is a motion. Vice Mayor?
Yeah, I mean, I see the confusion because regarding number 8, but I'm still going to support it. So I'll move to approve the consent items 1 through 10. And to point out that the reason for the confusion is that the staff report talks about the relationship between the town and LGS Rec, but doesn't specify anything about the parks. That only comes up when you get into the details of the use agreement, and so I understand why there is confusion about whether we can discuss it at that point. But it seems like we'll have another opportunity to do so, so that was my motion.
Okay, and I see that Councilmember Risto had her hand raised to second the motion. So we have a motion and a second. All in favor? Aye. Passes unanimously. All right, we're moving to our verbal communications. I have 2 speaker cards. Chris Wiley, please come forward.
This past weekend, starting midnight on Friday, anybody who had Frontier Communications was turned off. When I got a hold of Frontier, they said, oh, you don't have an outage. Yet we had an outage. Then I got a message on my phone to say, oh, we see you're having problems in your area. Sorry to hear this. You'll get service at 10 o'clock on Monday night. So what does this mean? This means communications are down for the phone, anything that runs on Wi-Fi, internet in your house, etc. Then on Monday, I went to a meeting and I noticed seniors who have no phones because their landlines were changed over to Frontier and they don't have phones. They were going to the library to use their computer to talk to their family. So I kind of backtracked thinking the days I worked for the town as a volunteer, and one of my jobs was to collect input from people who had problems with services, whether they were garbage, phone, or whatever, under the Community Service Commission. So I came to town, and I was told our town cannot do anything. Frontier only is in Los Gatos. They're not in any place else in Santa Clara County. A little tiny piece in San Martin. So I was told to call Joe Samaritan, no, whatever, Joe Samidian. So I call his office, who goes, why are you calling us? It's your town problem. So I'd like to know, this has happened in the past where some people don't get service for 2 weeks. It shuts everything down in my house. Everything, garage doors, sprinklers, security cameras, everything. Who do I go to if I can't go to the town that signed the contract with that utility company? And let's think about Lee Quintano. If she and her husband suddenly forget to charge their phone, they have a dead landline, they don't have any communications. What do we do about people like that? There's no backup. And if you say you don't get in between, you did when San Jose Water's pipe broke up on the hill. You said, we need to get involved because our town people were affected by San Jose Water. So for the future, I'd like someone to contact me to know what to do when something like that happens like this. I also, by the way, went over to the offices, the 2 Frontier offices, and there wasn't a soul in them to even talk to a human being in those offices. And I worry more about the seniors than myself. And yes, oh, somebody said you'll get money. I don't want money. I want a system that works.
Chris, don't go away. Please come back. Vice Mayor has a question for you.
Actually, for town manager, does the town have any recourse if a utility like that has, more than just a little outage, but actually has, a failure to provide service for a period of time?
I can respond to that. There's 2 avenues. If the town has a franchise agreement with Frontier, the town could enforce the franchise agreement. There is a new state law that allows utilities to be approved by the Public Utilities Commission. And so if Frontier Communications is operating under one of those state licenses, the recourse would be with the Public Utilities Commission. So what I can offer is I will look through the town records to see if the town has a franchise directly with Frontier Communications. And if not, whether it's a PUC approved license. And if it is, the town can provide contact to the PUC.
Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. You can have a seat, Chris. Thank you. Our next speaker is Joe Enns.
Thank you for this opportunity to speak. I didn't write anything out. I kind of like, what am I most angry about? I've got some anger problems. I guess I had to realize that today at Terry's coffee shop down there where I got trespassed for being too loud. There's a lot of people who don't like me down there. Apparently, one of the employees got served my defamation of lawsuit character. And I've known Terry all my life, but I feel sorry she didn't manage the place real well and it became a hotbed for criminal activity and people that you would think are normal, pot growers, and people that decided they were going to gang up on me. there, and I kind of took a seat, and I worked undercover secret security for Meredith, who runs both of the places, and nobody even knows it at Cherry's side. And a couple of people who have been harassing me for whatever reasons, because they don't like my politics or whatever. Well, somebody else is going to get served there too there, and it's pretty much all out war there. So I'm not. Four policemen came there today. Delgado, she's a new cop, and she brought embarrassed the crap out of me, humiliated me, treated like crap. That's okay. They're new cops. So this one guy, I'm taking it real personally. I walked off after getting grilled. I'm going to law school. I'm doing this. I'm doing that. Still trying to treat me, scumbag me basically. And I told him, I'm going to be on you like stink on shit. So he yells that back at me. I'm going to be on you like stink on shit. Real professional behavior. And this guy's ugly and mean. And you guys, that's all you guys need to hear. And there's other stuff coming in terms of paperwork and this. I'm not stopping because these idiots that Terry came down to my girlfriend's where I worked, some other guy, and caused all kinds of problems down there because they didn't like me. It's almost a federal case there now. And I feel responsible for all this. And my position is if, I got a lot of positions. I just wanted to say that about that. And the library, they've got a civil grand jury coming for them. I think I'll just give it directly to the town manager like I've done before. I don't need, she can take care of it. And the librarian there and his problems with me, causing problems with me, and then whatever it is, gay versus straight, this versus that, I don't care. I don't give a flying you know what. So I'm on fire, and I'm not a criminal. I'm not on drugs, and I cleared. Thank you, Captain Todd, and all the police that cleared out the people from Stockton who are here. They came also down here with they got heroin. You heard Alan up here talking about all that. Well, that place is cleared out now. So I'm on fire. Thank you, everybody. This is a great town, and I'm going to be here to fix it. So thank you very much.
Thank you. All right, our last speaker card is Ali Miano. I want to make sure it's verbal communications and not a budget item.
Hi, thank you very much for taking my comment. Although I chair the Complete Streets and Transportation Commission and serve on the VTA Community Advisory Committee, I speak only for myself this evening. The word on the street is that the Union Pacific Rail Line, or Union Pacific, is putting its local rails up for sale. The line I'm talking about runs from Campbell to Vasona Station to Cupertino. And so tonight I'm asking the council to move as quickly as possible to work with VTA to ensure that this line can be procured for the public good, to bring light rail at least to the edge of Los Gatos and connect us to local cities. Obtaining access to this line would benefit Los Gatos and West Valley residents and workers in so many ways. It's just a single track, but that could cut in half, I'm guessing, the cost of construction for a full two-way line that would serve the West Valley. Most people will use public transportation if it's convenient and affordable. Others of us take public transportation because we want to leave a better world to our grandchildren. And as someone who rides the 27 bus to the light rail to Caltrain every day to get to work, I can tell you it's not all that convenient. But with the light rail in Los Gatos, it could be. At Vasona Station, we could create a bike route that would connect the station to the Los Gatos Trail. We could easily shuttle folks to downtown and to the beach, helping to reduce beach traffic and bring greater vitality to our downtown businesses. Unfortunately, currently VTA has indefinitely tabled a decades-old plan to bring us the light rail. This is wholly unacceptable, and we need to let VTA know that it's about time to put Los Gatos and the West Valley back on its map. It's true that there are people who want to stand in the way of progress. They don't care if Los Gatos is choked off by beach traffic and carbon emissions. They don't care if emergency vehicles can't get through. They can't see them. They don't care if they can't see the mountains through the summer smog or that their grandchildren can't breathe. I'm not one of those people. I hope you're not either. So I beg the council to do all you can do to pressure VTA to obtain these lines and stop putting Los Gatos on the way back burner. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Lindley.
So, because you are lukewarm, neither hot nor cold, I am about to spit you out of my mouth. Revelation 3:16. Good evening. With all the chaos going on in our world and the disdain for Jews being displayed in many places around the country, I felt it was necessary to address a concern I have for Los Gatos. Christians who read their Bible know how important the Israelites are to God and therefore support and pray for the Israelites. This is what God would want. Over the last few years, the Los Gatos newspaper, a fake news newspaper, wrote articles about the hatred towards Jews being displayed in town and at the high school. No one ever identified who did these immature and thoughtless crimes. However, each article referencing these crimes in the Los Gatos, fake news Los Gatos, referred to myself and Cindy Sheehan as if we were complicit. I'd call that defamation by libel. We were not complicit, but you would not have known that from reading the poorly written, slanted view of the writers and editor at the Los Gatos. Ms. Sheehan and I are definitely for Israel and the God of Abraham. Today, we find Black Lives Matter, the Marxist organization, and way too many woke universities, along with pro-Palestinian groups paid for by George Soros, across the United States showing hatred towards the Jews. In 2020, it was Los Gatos, the town council, town manager, and various non-government organizations who hosted a Black Lives Matter march. Black Lives Matter, I believe, was initiated by our local Ali Miano. They marched throughout town, instilling fear in our town businesses and many residents who had witnessed their terrorist attacks in other places in the United States. The town of Los Gatos hosted a pro-Palestinian march earlier this year. My question tonight is, where does Los Gatos stand? Is Los Gatos pro-Palestinian and Black Lives Matter, hating the Jews? Or is Los Gatos pro-Israel, like Ms. Sheehan and myself, and all Christians who read their Bible? Are you for or against Israel, Los Gatos? Are you hot or cold? You can't have it both ways. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any speaker cards in the audience that might want to come forward by a person presenting them to me? Seeing none. How about any hands on Zoom?
There's one hand raised on Zoom. Emily?
Okay. Welcome.
Hello?
Hello, we can hear you.
Oh, wonderful. Hi.
All right,
thank you.
Excuse me, if we could stop for a moment, you're breaking.
Hello?
We're having difficulty understanding you. Go ahead.
Oh, shoot. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay. Hi, my name is Emily Ann Ramos. I am with SB at Home, and thank you so much for having me at this. Thank you so much for having a proclamation for Affordable Housing Month. This is the time to bring people together so that we can all transform our communities into more affordable and accessible places to live. Our theme for this year's Affordable Housing Month is for us, for you, for all, recognizing that our well-being is tied to the well-being of our neighbors. Now, across the 9-county Bay Area, a broad coalition is working to place a regional housing bond on the ballot in November. And as part of that region-wide coalition here in Santa Clara County, SB at Home and Working Partnerships USA are spearheading the effort to introduce this transformational measure, which could raise as much as $20 billion for affordable housing. We invite you to join us in imagining a future of stable neighborhoods for our communities, moving us past the concept of housing as a human right to a vision of healing and restoration for us, for you, and for all. The future we envision for the Bay Area begins with us. Thank you so much for your time, and thank you so much for having an affordable housing proclamation this month.
Thank you. All right, do we have any more hands on Zoom?
There are no more hands raised.
No hands on Zoom. No speaker cards coming forward. I'm going to close verbal communications. So we will be moving on to our public hearing, which is item number 11. and that's to conduct a hearing on the proposed operating and capital budget and the proposed capital improvement program for fiscal year 2024 through 2025 through fiscal year 2028 through 2029. Welcome, Ms. Pravetti and Ms. Angvari. We're ready for your report.
Thank you so much, and good evening, Mayor and Town Council. This evening, we are going to be talking about both our operating and capital budget. We have a brief presentation for you. I also want to acknowledge all of the staff who are here from our many departments to support you in this important budget discussion. We also have staff on Zoom, so if you have any detailed questions about either budget, we're here to support you. We'll go to the next slide and start with our strategic priorities, which Council approved in February. They are rooted in the Council's core goals of public safety, community character, good governance, fiscal stability, quality public infrastructure, and civic enrichment. We have many items that are long-term goals that take many years to accomplish, and we are well on our way and seeing good progress in many of them. Of course, emergency preparedness, particularly preventing wildfires, is something we've invested significantly and continue to do. Fiscal stability and budget sustainability is very important to our town council, and that remains a priority. Quality of life in all of its forms, whether it's for our unhoused neighbors or for a good housing plan, community vitality, economic vitality, all of that's important. And then, of course, traffic and transportation remain an issue for Los Gatos, and we have many investments underway in that area as well. So this budget builds on achieving those council priorities. And the next slide summarizes the approach that we took to the 24-25 operating budget. My direction to all department heads was to prepare what we call a status quo budget. And what that means is that we want to maintain the very high levels of service that we offer to our community in all lines of service, whether it's filling potholes, trimming trees, answering 911 calls. We're here to serve our public. We are not alone. We have unfunded mandates, just like every other city up and down California. We are not adding staff to address those unfunded mandates. We are absorbing those unfunded mandates. In addition, in order to make room for that new work, we have to become more efficient. So staff is continually improving our processes, looking at how we can better serve our public, so that way they are doing the highest value work for our public. What this means is that we needed to balance the budget by doing a couple of creative things. It's a very tight budget, especially in this inflationary environment that we're in. So we did use a 4.6 vacancy factor. This was something council directed last year. So we carried that assumption through this budget. And then we had some residual money, a little bit over $500,000 that we used to close our budget gap. So I'm pleased to provide to you tonight a balanced budget, but it was done through this very careful balancing act. The next slide, I'd like to just I know this might be a little bit hard to read, but there are copies of the slides at each of your places, and I believe we have copies out front for members of the public to follow along. There are so many needs in our community. We have so many wonderful partners, and there's so many requests. We thought it might be helpful to just walk through how does the money flow? So if at the end of one fiscal year we have a small surplus, where does that money go? So let's just walk through the diagram a little bit. So the first bar at the very top is the year-end close. We do our financial statements, we're audited, and we learn, as in the second box that, we have a small surplus. So what do we do with that surplus? We have what's known as a general fund reserve policy. And this policy tells us that we have to make sure that we have reserve balances of a certain amount for certain key priorities. One is our catastrophic reserve. Our second one is our budget stabilization reserve. And our third is our pension and other post-employment benefit reserve. So all of these are really critical. They're in the event of something really bad happening, we will have the resources to respond, whether it's an earthquake or a wildfire or something else. And then our pension reserve serves as that account so that way we can pay down our unfunded liability and hopefully over time reduce our costs to the pension fund. Any leftover money then goes into the orange box, which is our capital and special projects reserve. So this is kind of the catch-all reserve for any leftover money. Then when we go through the budget process, we look at our council priorities for capital investments. Council held a meeting back in March identifying those priorities. And we, again, go through a process of, do we have any extra money for pensions? What can we put towards our capital program? And what other investments or special projects might the council want? So this is kind of how the money flows. The next page takes us through the actual dollars of what this means. So if we look at where we were as of June 30th, 2023, that capital special projects reserve was a little bit over $10 million. So we did what we always do. We put some towards our capital projects. We had additional liabilities. We put some aside for the catastrophic and budget stabilization reserves. And we found, at the end of this fiscal year, we're going to have a little bit of a surplus, a little bit over $1 million. But then again, we have to fill that pension reserve per our policy. So we estimate that by the end of this fiscal year, June 30th of 2024, if everything works out, we'll have a small surplus of $1.1 million, and that will contribute to our capital special projects reserve having a balance of $8.3 million. Now we're into planning for our upcoming fiscal year, 24-25. So we have what looks like a healthy balance. But again, we've got a capital project that needs funding, so we'll put a little over $1 million towards the capital, and that then brings down our capital special projects reserve at the end of the next fiscal year, June of 2025, to $7.2 million. Excuse me. So what does that mean? That means that we are drawing down our capital special projects reserve every year. We're relying on it more and more for our basic needs and for our capital. And if we project ahead that we want to continue to fund capital at 1.1 or so million a year, that's 5.5 or so over 5 years. And that means at the end of 5 years, we're going to have just a little over 1.5 left in that capital fund. So it's going fast. And so, I like to think in the long term, 5, 10, 15, 20 years. And so we do need to be cautious as we look at where the money might be able to go and how much money we really have to spend. We're happy to talk about trade-offs. There are definitely some other ways to maybe perhaps find a little bit of extra money. But at this point, I'd like to turn it to Nicole Burnham, who will give an overview of our capital projects this year.
Thank you. Next slide, please. So the proposed 5-year capital improvement program documents and describes 9 projects that we closed out in the current fiscal year that ends June 30th. We have 65 projects total in the current project list. The town manager just very nicely explained how we ended up at about $7 million in new project funding, and we have about $25 million in project carry forward, so existing projects that we continue to work on and work off. And the proposed capital improvement program budget does include 7 new projects excuse me, that are presented here. And I'm not going to walk through them all for you. We can talk about them in question and answer if you'd like, but those are the 7 new projects. The remaining 58 projects are carry forward projects that we're continuing to work on from prior years. And that I can turn it back to the town manager.
Thank you. And our last slide is really just the items that are before you tonight. Tonight is not the night to adopt the budget. Tonight is the night to provide us budget direction based on the recommendations of the Finance Commission and based on your own review, based on the public testimony that you will be hearing this evening. We're interested in any direction that you might have for the operating budget, any ideas you have for our capital budget, for example, swapping out funding sources for projects, or maybe even swapping out projects. We do annually review a donation list, so we would like approval of that donation list tonight. And then we annually also review and approve the town investment policy. And Mayor, after we hear public testimony, if it's easiest for you to do the easy part of the night first, you might want to start with the donation list and the investment policy, and then we can move into the two budgets. But as I mentioned, I want to thank all of the staff who worked so hard to prepare the budget. I also want to thank our Finance Commission. They spent 3 long meetings going through the budget and having some very thoughtful conversation. Their report is in your materials, and we look forward to your guidance. We will be bringing forward the budget resolution to adopt at your meeting of June 4th. And so this is why we're holding the public hearing tonight. So thank you so much.
Thank you for the presentation. Thank you for all the hard work of staff, and a big thank you as well to the Finance Commission. They work very hard and really dig into the details and are a great help to all of us as we each have a Finance Commissioner that's appointed by each council member to assist us in understanding the budget. With that, I'm going to go to the Vice Mayor.
Thank you very much. And having worked with the Finance Commission, I really appreciate the way they took some fresh looks with their experience as finance executives. And one of the things to come out of that, which I think was we're seeing here tonight, is a capital expenditure plan in attachment 6. So previously, when we looked at budgets, we would look at authorizing projects, but those projects could then spread over a long period of time. And it was difficult for us to understand what really were the priorities among those projects. And so I spent a lot of time with attachment 6. It seems to address the intent, which is to provide the council with a better view of what the expenditures on capital will be in this year and, in fact, in a couple of years forward. I had a question about it, and that is that if I look at the total of this, it comes up to about $20 million, and I think that historically we've only managed to expend about $8 million on projects. Is that correct? And if so, does it make sense that we can in fact manage $20 million of project expenditure this year?
Thank you for that question. Yes, and I knew that number would raise some eyebrows, and it really is attributed to the fact that we have been working for a number of years on some pretty large projects that we're about to go into construction on. Things like the Shannon Road repair project, that's $5 million of the $20 million, and we hope to be in construction on that this fall. Another large one is the Shannon Road bike ped project, that's $2 million. We spend about $4 million a year on paving. So there's and we do that every year. But there's a series of projects. There's also some renovations here at the Civic Center that are going to be upwards of $1 million. The trailhead connector will continue to move forward. So there's just this slug of projects that were pretty big that are coming home to roost.
Okay, thank you for that explanation. I had one minor follow-up to that,
Yes.
and that is, when we talk about expenditures, do those expenditures include the sources that we would get from grants? So, for instance, if there's a project that says it's going to be $5 million and we're getting grants to cover some of that, so is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, so it isn't necessarily 20 million of funds from the town's accounts. It would be funds that would be supplemented by grants.
Correct.
Okay, thanks.
So I have a follow-up question on that, and I mean no offense or disrespect to our staff, but 65 projects on our books, can we responsibly manage that amount of projects? Is it possible for us to maybe scale some back or maybe suspend some projects just to set ourselves up for success rather than failure?
Happy to have that conversation. I think when you look at attachment 6, you see that there are some projects that we know we won't work on in the next couple of years for a variety of reasons, and we can talk through any of them in detail, but you'll see ones where we've zeroed out spending and aren't planning to make any spending. And some of them have reasons for not spending. For example, utility undergrounding improvements has $299,000 in it, but we're not planning to do any work on those projects, but we also can't repurpose that money because it's dedicated funding for utility undergrounding. So there's a number of things like that in this list where we're continuing to carry the funding and we continue to grow the funding because it's a specific dedicated use, and we will create a project when we have when we have enough money to move a project forward.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Ristow, I believe Ms. Wood might be reading your comments. Ms. Ristow has a little problem with her voice, so tonight only.
Thank you. I'll be speaking for Councilmember Ristow. So, Nicole, thank you. This is in regards to Blossom Hill Road, Union to Camden. Is this in coordination with the city of San Jose? And is there a percentage split?
Yes, that project is being done in coordination with San Jose. We took the lead on the grant. We will take the lead on the project. Of the $800,000 in the budget, 640 of it is grant, and the remaining is our match and San Jose's match. So not only will we work with them as part of the project team, they are contributing funding to the project as well.
Councilmember Moore?
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, also regarding that project, I know that was a big priority for our community during the last budget season because of the fatalities that happened on that road. And my understanding is that a lot of the project is quick build. Could you talk through what exactly that means and how we're trying to make those improvements?
Sure. The grant funding covered two distinct tasks. One is upgrading our local road safety plan so that it meets federal standards. But the second and biggest part of the grant is making actual safety improvements in, quote, a quick build fashion on Blossom Hill Road, which means we will do some analysis and some engineering, but we will be piloting lane reductions or bulb outs or enhanced pedestrian crossings, whatever the design team comes up with as they move forward. But most of the money is intended to be implementation and experimental, quote.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Any further questions before I open public comment? I have quite a few cards. Okay. Let's move to public comment. My first speaker card is Tim O'Rourke.
Mayor, Vice Mayor, council members, town managers, and clerks. I'm Tim O'Rourke, representing St. Vincent de Paul here in Los Gatos. First, I want to express my gratitude to the council for your continued funding of the unhoused initiatives. Thank you very much. But I'm here today to support the proposal to increase the funding for emergency rental assistance for Los Gatos residents as per Agenda Item 11. St. Vincent de Paul has been providing assistance for Los Gatos residents since 1965. In the last 8 months, we have received 17 requests for rental assistance, for which we have paid out $19,700. A 60-year-old woman came to us this month for rental assistance, a former professor with a PhD educated at Berkeley and Harvard. She now lives in affordable housing here in Los Gatos. She has diabetes and is on dialysis and confined to a wheelchair. She is behind on her rent and has been given 3 days' notice. Another 65-year-old woman living in Los Gatos senior apartment came to us for rental assistance. She was a victim of domestic violence, experienced homeless, lived in a shelter for a year, and has been housed and self-sufficient for the past 5 years. A medical emergency last month caused her to miss a rent payment. She too has been given a 3-day notice. The thought of either of these women being evicted is heart-wrenching, to say the least. Providing them with rental assistance has lessened my anguish. The rental assistance is keeping people housed. However, it is not just about giving money. It is about who we want to be as a community. We make money to buy a house and to make a home and to raise a family in a caring community. Providing rental assistance allows us to be that community, to be in relationships with those in most need, and to share with them a much greater gift, our common bond of human dignity, to be caring persons for our neighbors, to our Los Gatos community, which we all call home. So I ask the council to increase rental assistance budget funding to foster our shared responsibility to care for our neighbors. Thanks for listening.
Thank you. Next speaker, Sue Ahmadian.
Hi, I'm the president of the St. Vincent de Paul Conference of St. Mary's in Los Gatos. I won't reiterate some of Tim's points. Of the calls for rent, 10% have been repeat callers. Put another way, 90% are new callers. Generally, we do not assist again for rent if we have assisted within 12 months. We listen to the callers with compassion and do our due diligence. We ask financial questions. We get documents, bank and earning statements, Social Security award letters, bills, ID. We talk to the landlord. We check our Santa Clara Council database to see if the person has been previously helped. West Valley Community Service, Sacred Heart Community Service, Root Community Health Center, and Jewish Family Services have all referred Los Gatos residents to our conference in these past 6 months. Our funding is donation-based from St. Mary's parishioners. Last fiscal year, we operated on $40,000 of donations, $10,000 of which was donated by our own St. Vincent de Paul members. In a May 2024 article in the San Jose Spotlight, reporter Annalise Freemark writes that roughly 35% of Los Gatos residents rent with an average payment of $3,200, according to Town and Zillow data. That's 13% higher than San Jose residents. When you rent in town and you have a hospitalization or a work accident and cannot work, and if you get disability and it runs out, you cannot make your rent and you get a 3-day notice. If you or your partner are laid off and you cannot get enough employment to cover your next month's rent, you get a 3-day notice. If you are a senior like those we help at Walnut Grove Apartments on Walker Street in Los Gatos and your rent is raised, food prices are getting out of reach, and maybe your son or daughter who is helping you with $500 a month has lost that part-time job, you get behind in rent and you get a 3-day notice. We give kudos to Los Gatos apartment managers who help their tenants by referring them to us, West Valley, and Los Gatos Anti-Racism Coalition. These apartment managers are themselves often living check to check. It's cheaper for them to see if their tenants can get assistance rather than evict them but still, there's a lot of good hearts out there. Why do folks live in an expensive housing town like ours? For many, especially seniors, they've lived here a long time, and what was affordable no longer is. Many renters, like many of our unhoused residents, they grew up here, and they live here for the same reasons we all do. It's close to work, they love the town, and their kids love their schools. So we ask you to budget $30,000 for rental assistance for this coming year, and I thank you for all your work, everything you've done for the unhoused, and we've enjoyed working with all of you.
Thank you, Sue. Thank you. Vice Mayor?
Yes, thank you. And thank you for the compassionate work that your organization is doing for our residents. Since this is a hearing on the budget and we're talking about a $30,000 funding, you mentioned that your organization has $40,000 in charitable giving. I'm trying to understand where the $30,000 would go to. Would it go to your organization? And would you provide additional rental assistance with that money?
We could use more money, as can Los Gatos Anti-Racism Coalition. West Valley Community Services now getting the $15,000 that's for rental assistance right now. I don't think that's been defined. We sent you a proposal. I don't think we defined that in the proposal. If it all went to West Valley, fine. If our three groups were to apply for a grant for that, some of that $15,000 extra, that would be fine. I don't think that's been defined.
Okay, and obviously your organization is a registered nonprofit.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Autumn Albers.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Autumn Albers. I'm a resident of Los Gatos, and I am also here to voice my support for the proposal from several community and faith-based leaders to expand the budget for rental assistance, specifically to double it for the upcoming fiscal year. I'll try not to repeat so much of what was said more eloquently than I could, but as we all know, we are in the midst of an ongoing housing crisis, a housing affordability crisis, a homelessness crisis. And with rental assistance specifically, we have the opportunity to help folks at a very critical point in time, at a very urgent time. As other folks had mentioned, folks are not only at risk of losing their house or their home, they're at risk of losing proximity to their family, their friends, the schools that their kids attend. There's so much wrapped up into that. And so for me, this really seems like an opportunity to intervene and make a lot of impact to keep folks with their community. The sense that I get from the rental assistance programs that I'm aware of is that they're in very high demand, that they're very much appreciated, very impactful, but not enough to meet the very high need that continues to be around us and continues to grow. And so while I know you may have many competing priorities and many important projects to think about for the upcoming fiscal years, I'd really urge you to listen to those community and faith-based leaders who are asking you to help keep our neighbors housed as part of our collective responsibility to keep our community together. Thank you.
Thank you, Autumn. Miles Tasker, I'm sorry. Hi, Miles.
Hi. Hello, everyone. My name is Miles, and I'm speaking as a member of the Los Gatos Anti-Racism Coalition, and I'm a longtime citizen of Los Gatos. I was happy to learn that Los Gatos is contributing $15,000 towards low-income families, and I'm hoping to advocate for an additional $15,000 to be given to those families. I think this will help us prevent homelessness in our community, and then also to help alleviate financial burden for low-income families. Coming from such a family myself, I can say there's sort of an implicit understanding that spending money is something to be afraid of, essentially. And I think we have an opportunity to give more money and maybe give families a chance to spend more on living happy lives and stuff like that. So I hope you'll vote for such a proposal. Thank you.
Thank you. Ed Lazowicki. Welcome, Ed.
I'm also a member of the St. Vincent de Paul Society at St. Mary's, and I won't repeat what Tim had to say and what Sue had to say, but I do want to provide one example of the kinds of situations that we run into. In this case, a single dad contacted us after he received a 3-day eviction notice from his landlord. He had a 4-year-old autistic son. He's single. He had lost his job because of illness. Fortunately, he was able to obtain another job, but at the time he did that, he was $5,000 in arrears on his rent. That's why he got the 3-day notice. He contacted me and another member. We always talk to these folks in pairs so that we can have 2 sets of ears listening to the need and telling them what kind of information we need to provide assistance and how we can do that. So in this case, fortunately, he was able to cover half of the $5,000 from other agencies, but he was still short. The landlord was going to kick him out on the day he called me. We talked to the landlord, got an extension of time, and then we went through our process of accumulating financial information such as pay stubs, a copy of his lease, consent of the landlord to pay the landlord direct. We always pay the landlords direct if somebody's being threatened with eviction. And we were able to, between our resources and funding from other chapters of St. Vincent de Paul, provide the shortfall, which was $2,600, and keep him in his apartment with his young son. And as far as we know, he's still there. So it was, to me, it touched my heart to find that somebody in his situation was about to lose his housing, and then where does he go? I mean, is he out on the street with a 4-year-old son? We just couldn't see that happening. So I want to say that we are a volunteer organization. Sue mentioned that we have roughly $40,000 in our checking account right now. That wasn't the case 2 years ago. There was much less money because of the impact of COVID. And the $40,000 is not just for rental assistance. We provide funding for overdue PG&E bills, gasoline for people who need gas, and food. So we spread the money out. We can only do so much. So I'm speaking in support of an enhancement to the Emergency Assistance Fund of $15,000. It would go a long way to helping us out if nonprofits like us could get submit grant applications for that money. Thanks very much.
Thank you. Julie McAuliffe. Welcome.
Hi, I'm Julie, and thank you for having us. And this evening, I am representing Numu as a board member, and I'm also a resident of Los Gatos. And I am here tonight to ask you to consider us in your budget planning. We have presented you with a proposal, and with that proposal would go to our history project, which we feel very strong about, that it will bring our community together as we celebrate Los Gatos. We would love to have more speaker series. We would love to have more events with our history project. We're also asking you to help us with our town signage. As you know, we have a wonderful memorial right in front of our signage. So when you come to Los Gatos and you're looking for Numu, you have to sort of ask directions from the streets because it's really hard to see our sign. So we do hope that you will consider helping us with our signage to put out on the building, that we also are neighbors with you and share. And then I also wanted to talk, today we got an email from the Chamber of Commerce, and which is a wonderful, they're working with a partner with the Town Square publication to come up with a destination guide and directory. And we feel that Numu is a destination for Los Gatos. and it can be an even more vibrant premier destination by investing into the arts, investing into our culture, and also investing into our history. And we feel, just as we did last month, we had over 350 guests here for our Art Now. And we are continuing to grow our numbers with our visitors. We hope that they stay a while. We hope that they go to the restaurants. We hope that they shop. So we hope that you will support us and consider investing into Numu, as I have, as a board member and a resident, invested. So thank you for your time, and I appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you. Vice Mayor, please come back, Julie. Vice Mayor.
Thank you, and I don't know if others are going to speak from Numu, but I wanted to thank you for coming forward. And I read the request, and it does resonate with me, particularly about the history project being something that's a little bit different. But I wanted to explore a couple of ideas because I think it's going to be challenging. I think the request is for $350,000 over 3 years. And so there were several other aspects that have sort of been discussed before. One is rent relief. Is that something that Numu is requesting? I don't think it's part of the budget. I think it would be a separate closed session regarding the lease, but I would like to just kind of know whether that's part of the package.
I would probably let Kimberly, our executive, speak. I do know that we would like to first consider being in your budget, and I know that the rent is a different item that will to be discussed in closed sessions.
Okay, thank you. I'll save my others.
Yes, I think Kimberly will.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Ellie Miano.
Thank you. I'll be brief because my thoughts reflect others mentioned tonight, and I thank you for taking my comment. I'm speaking only in my capacity as a board member of the Los Gatos Anti-Racism Coalition at this moment. I'm also a donor to St. Vincent de Paul. Our coalition has aided countless Los Gatos and Santa Clara County residents to avoid eviction by providing modest funds to ease the blow of sudden bouts with misfortune. Folks who suffered everything from medical bills for cancer treatment to a cut in work hours, to contending with expensive auto repairs. Keeping people in their homes and off the streets is a key element to our current housing and homelessness crisis in this state. And so I urge the council to double its current funding from $15,000 to $30,000 to continue this work and help keep Los Gatans in their homes. Thank you.
Thank you. Kimberly Snyder.
Good evening. It's sure cold in here. My name's Kimberly Snyder. I'm the executive director of New Museum Los Gatos, as many of you know. I'm here tonight to request that you consider our proposal for the upcoming year's budget. These funds would be used in support of the Los Gatos History Project, whose aim is to share and explore undertold stories in our area. With these funds, we would be able to develop, produce, and promote history-related exhibitions and accessible programs, as well as to continue to care for our permanent art and history collection. The additional funds that are requested are for the development and the creation of an art-forward monument sign that we hope to be a step forward in enhancing the beautification of the Civic Center. Since reopening and rebranding at the Civic Center in 2015, the museum has grown tremendously, garnering the attention and funding of federal, county, and state governments, infusing much-needed outside dollars into the Los Gatos economy. From our annual high school juried exhibition, Art Now, receiving the Superintendent's Award for Excellence in Museum Education, to traveling our reclamation exhibitions in partnership of San Jose State University and the Muwekma Ohlone Tribe, the museum has a proven track record of delivering top-notch exhibitions and award-winning programs, bringing much attention and notoriety to our town. Through our research, we can see that thriving communities have and support cultural institutions. Many museums in surrounding areas are built into the city's budgets or have policy in place for additional support. Cities include Palo Alto, Campbell, San Jose, Los Altos, and Santa Clara, to name a few. As there's no current mechanism in place to support cultural institutions, the Numu board and staff has submitted a proposal for consideration in the town's 24-25 budget. Since 2019, the museum has secured $579,000 in support of the Los Gatos History Project, and the amount in the proposal reflects half of the project's budget, or half of the project's annual budget. An investment from the town would not only enable us to produce the history project activities I named above, but the investment would be leveraged to attract even more grants and individual donors, therefore multiplying the town's investment. We are committed to contributing to the vibrancy and economy of this incredible community, and we ask you tonight to approve this request so we may continue to work together to elevate this work. Thank you. Yes.
Okay, Councilmember Rennie.
Thank you. So, question on the monument sign. Where are you thinking this would be and what size?
That's a really great question. So we were thinking along like the front lawn in front of the museum, and we were hoping to collaborate with the Arts and Culture Commission on what that exactly would look like. Yeah.
And the reason, okay, so on the lawn, the reason I'm asking this is we had a project a while ago to build monument signs to help direct to different things in the Civic Center. So I think it's more likely we might do a sign that is not just a museum sign, but include other things that are going on there. Is that reasonable within your thoughts?
I think it's definitely something to talk through. I remember that discussion many years ago, and I think it's something we want to consider. For us, I think it's really important that when you drive by the Civic Center, one, you know it's there. I think it vanishes in the landscape, which I think was part of the intention of the original design. But to have something that really calls to the attention to the area and beautifies it. So if that's something that can coexist with the directional signage and the wayfinding that I think was originally proposed, I think it can be part of one package.
Okay, thank you.
Vice Mayor?
Yeah, thank you. I think the idea about the sign is one that we really need to explore. The question I had is, and having experienced the Art Now and seeing literally hundreds of people from outside Los Gatos coming to an event and spending a fair amount of time in town, and the general idea of having a museum being an attraction for people to come to Los Gatos, we're in a situation where we have a very tight budget, and so trying to think about ways that we might fund this. I raised something of this idea previously, and that is that increase in traffic to the town results directly in the TOT, the occupancy tax. It also relates to an increase in sales tax, but it's a little harder to make that connection. I guess the question is, would Numu be interested in an arrangement where if we were to exceed our budget in TOT, that some of that money in excess of what our baseline is would be made available to Numu instead of some of the other, budget funding, traditional budget funding. I'm really talking about sort of a revenue sharing of increased tax based on more people coming to town.
Yeah, I think that's something we would love to explore with the town. The reason we submitted this proposal is because there isn't currently a mechanism in place to provide that kind of support. And I think it's something to explore. As we know, the city of San Jose has 6 properties that have cultural institutions that they sit on, and those institutions are available to apply for grants that are provided through the TOT tax. So I think that's definitely a way that we could provide long sustainable support for the museum, and I think it's something to consider, because I do believe that having a museum that's supported by the government or the city that it resides in is vital for its sustainability and for it to actually provide the services that we know that can have a great return on that investment.
Vice Mayor?
Just one other question about the rent. Is that something that's being discussed with the town now? I know it's not part of the budget process, but if it is, how much is the rent that's currently being paid?
Our rent is $25,000. We were forgiven $21,000 last year, so we paid $4,000 in rent this current fiscal year, and as of now are slated to pay $25,000 starting July 1st.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Ristow, I believe Ms. Wood will be reading her question.
Okay, speaking for Councilmember Ristow, I'm sure visitors to Numu also eat and shop. What, if any, events at Numu may have caused people to spend the night in Los Gatos? What is planned?
That's another great question. So we've seen general visitorships that definitely think contributes to folks going to restaurants and folks, going shopping, like spending the day in town. But what gets them to stay and spend their time here? What we've seen success in is workshops. So when we have single day or multiple day workshops, people come from around the area and enjoy this wonderful town. We had a workshop in April that was just a stitching workshop with an artist, and we had 3 people come from San Francisco and stay. For the upcoming year, we have a few more stitching workshops, and the goal is to have 1 to 2 workshops a month for the upcoming year. It's part of capacity. So really it's scaling to make sure that we can actually deliver on these items that we have for the upcoming year. Because in addition to workshops, we also have the Los Gatos History Project. We also have Art Now. We also have, just rotating art and history exhibitions. But that's the plan for workshops. And we hope to advertise and promote them and get folks to come and stay.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you for your time.
Next speaker is Jeff Suzuki. Welcome, Jeff.
Good evening. First, I would like to preface my comment with the fact that I am not speaking as a Complete Streets and Transportation Commissioner, but as a private citizen and the president of the Los Gatos Anti-Racism Coalition. Last Tuesday afternoon, you all received a letter from several leaders of nonprofit and faith organizations that contained a proposal to increase resources by $15,000 for the purposes of rental assistance. I would read the full list of organizations, but then my public comment would go into overtime. For those physically or virtually in attendance, I would like to provide context to the comments that have been provided by the kind folks thus far, and other comments that may follow. I would like to share the precise text of the letter we sent last Tuesday, and it goes as follows. As community and faith leaders who live and or serve Los Gatos, it is our fervent belief that we must collectively address the housing affordability crisis. Working class families and those on fixed incomes like our senior citizens have experienced unprecedented economic pressure as the cost of rents and basic necessities continues to grow without any sign of stopping. To maintain the tight-knit and resilient character of our community, we must continue to strengthen our systems of support and social safety. There is unprecedented and unmet demand for such assistance, and as the homelessness crisis progressively worsens, it has become increasingly evident that it is much more expensive, difficult, and complicated to bring an individual back into housing than it is to keep them in their homes. Some studies estimate that leaving a person chronically homeless costs taxpayers $30,000 to $50,000 a year. An ounce of prevention is worth a pound of cure. Therefore, we propose that the town of Los Gatos reserve a total of $30,000 for rental assistance programs that operate and assist residents in Los Gatos. At the moment, West Valley Community Services receives $15,000 a year from the town of Los Gatos to provide rental assistance. And under our proposal, an additional $15,000 would be allocated in the form of grants to nonprofits and or faith-based organizations that are capable of administering and distributing rental assistance in Los Gatos for the fiscal year 2024 to 25. The $50,000 we deployed last year to help provide services to unhoused individuals is a true success story. These resources have saved lives and improved our community. Los Gatos residents have overwhelmingly expressed a deep appreciation for such proactive initiatives, and our proposal represents another proactive step to build a more just community and fulfill our shared responsibility to care for our neighbors. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you. Stay there. Councilmember Moore.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you for your comment. Would you mind sharing the organizations that signed on to the letter?
Of course. The organizations include West Valley Community Services, the St. Vincent de Paul Conference at St. Mary's Church, St. Mary's Church itself in Los Gatos, the Live Oak Senior Nutrition Center, the Los Gatos United Methodist Church, the Congregation Shir Hadash, St. Luke's Episcopal Church in Los Gatos, and the Los Gatos Anti-Racism Coalition. Some of these operate under the purview of larger organizations, especially in the case of faith organizations.
Thank you.
Vice Mayor?
Yeah, thank you. I guess the question I have is, there was a long list of organizations. Is it clear who the money would go to under this grant?
That is up to the council to decide, or for basically we have made it as open-ended as possible for you to make it as easy for town to provide grants. It could be, say, 3 grants of $5,000. It could be 2 grants of $7,500. However you want to slice it. What really matters is we get money in the hands of people who are struggling.
Okay, if I could follow up, the Los Gatos Anti-Racism Coalition, is that a nonprofit?
Yes.
And you file a 990 form?
Yes, we are a 501c3 organization.
Okay, and are any of the board members on any town bodies, council or committees or commissions? 2
of the board members serve on the Complete Streets and Transportation Commission, but we have diligently put on our hats, distinct hats, when basically we separate out our duties in a diligent manner and ensure that there's no overlap whatsoever between the responsibilities.
Okay, one more question. I understand from your website that the coalition is administering some money now in rental assistance.
Yes.
What's the source of that money?
The source of that money partially comes from donations. Around half of it comes from either grants from organizations, donations from individuals, and roughly the other half, specifically in the town of Los Gatos, comes from a grant from a community grant from Los Gatos. We received roughly $12,000 last year when applying for that grant.
And that's through the community grant program?
Correct. That is through the community grant program.
I see. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Jeff. Next speaker is Kylie Clark.
Hello, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and Council. My name is Kylie Clark, and I'm very happy to, again, be a full-time resident of Los Gatos. Woo-woo. So happy to be back. And I'm here to support the proposal to double the rental assistance funding. The thing that I really want to impress upon all of you as someone who's been a case manager for people experiencing homelessness and has worked closely with the homeless community is just that once someone enters homeless, it's a whole different ballgame. It is infinitely harder to house someone who has become homeless than it is to keep someone housed. So rental assistance is a very compassionate and expedient and effective way to make sure that we are supporting our most vulnerable community members. And the other thing I really want to say is just what a major difference $500 can make. That's the increment that the Los Gatos Anti-Racism Coalition has been giving our funding out in for the most part. And people are often surprised to learn that that amount of money can and does keep people housed. So if you're talking about adding $15,000 more, that is 30 families who might be able to stay housed with this funding. So it can be very impactful. And I know that sometimes when you're looking at big numbers like you are today, it might not seem like that can have such a large impact, but it really can. So I think that's why so many community members showed up today to support doubling this funding and to show up for rental assistance. Thank you.
Thank you. Last speaker card is Richard Cannonen.
Hi there. I'm not here to ask for money. I'm just here to ask for time, 2 hours a week, so seniors can meet at the rec center. One of the recommendations made by the Los Gatos Rec Executive Director on March 27th letter to the town manager says, recommend political or current events discussion groups be prohibited from the facilities. Does this mean that we cannot hold forums for town council candidates? Does this mean the League of Women Voters is prohibited from sponsoring forums? Prohibiting these discussion groups is in direct conflict with what the ACLU stated in their 4-page letter dated April 18th to the Los Gatos Saratoga Rec. Here's what the ACLU concluded. The Democracy Tent, Democracy in Peril, and current events discussion groups were forums for truthful, thoughtful discussion among the community's elders. Closing these groups in response to the sharing of disfavored views violates the First Amendment and deprives the community of a vital forum for democratic engagement. We therefore request that you immediately reinstate the 3 discussion groups as part of your 55-plus program. Please let us know how you plan to address our concerns and reach out to us with any questions. Those were the words of the ACLU, not my words. The ACLU transmitted the reference letter to the Los Gatos Saratoga Rec Management and Board of Directors on April 18th, and to date there has been no reinstatement of the groups by the LGSR. I believe that this is an issue that should be discussed before you sign an extension renewing the rental agreement between the town and the Los Gatos Saratoga Rec. Thank you for your time and consideration. And also, congratulations for receiving the state approval on our housing element. That's something we can all celebrate.
Vice Mayor, Richard, please come back.
Thank you. I'm just interested in whether there's been any response from LGS Rec either to your inquiries or the ACLU inquiry. I understand that Ms. Roulette suffered a real tragedy, and I'm just interested not to be critical of their response, but just to understand whether there has been any response.
Not to my knowledge, and I'm sorry for yes, the tragedy in Ms. Lourette's family.
Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Wood, do we have any speaker cards or any hands up on Zoom?
There's one hand raised on Zoom.
Okay. Okay, welcome.
Kinsley.
If you could introduce yourself.
Hello?
Hello, we can hear you.
Hi, thank you. Good evening, everyone. My name is Kinsey Lee, and I'm and I'm a case manager for the Los Gatos Anti-Racism Coalition's Rental Assistance Program. To be frank, the need for eviction prevention in our town far outstrips our current resources. The number of Los Gatans on the precipice of houselessness for fundamentally human reasons it's distressing. I've talked to neighbors who've lived here for over 20 years, unsure whether they'll have to move because a loved one passed. Neighboring families struggling to make it work after leaving abuse. Sometimes annual long-term disability income simply runs out, even as the long-term disability itself persists year-round. I know stabilizing these people is worthwhile work. I've seen it. I also know from firsthand experience that we aren't able to do that for everyone. Having worked with a few other organizations here today and hearing their stories, I feel safe in saying I'm not the only one who sees individuals inevitably slip through the cracks of a system spread too thin. The homelessness crisis only grows. The 2023 Santa Clara County Homelessness Census reported the highest number of unhoused people in Los Gatos for at least the past decade. I'm proud that we came together last year to provide those community members with $50,000 worth of much needed support and basic amenities. I think natural next steps would include intervening as much as we can to prevent as many neighbors as we can from needing those 11th hour safeguards in the first place. I can't think of many efforts more entwined with quality of life than eviction prevention. Therefore, I support the proposal to increase the town's rental assistance resources to $30,000. Thank you.
Thank you. Any more hands on Zoom?
There are no more hands raised on Zoom.
All right, I have no more speaker cards. It's the last opportunity for anybody to come forward. See no one come forward. I am going to close public comment and look to my council members for comments or a motion. And that being said, we might want to jump to D and E first, as the town manager had recommended. But Councilmember Rennie, please go ahead.
Mine's a question for staff. So every year I struggle with this. We've had requests to increase our budget item, as it's being called, for rental assistance. Do we have a budget item for rental assistance, or is this out of our grants program?
So we have an ongoing contract with West Valley Community Services. They provide a whole suite of programs for us under our housing programs. It includes rental assistance, food aid, the food pantry, and other services. If council wishes to increase that amount of money, council has two options. One is that we amend the contract with West Valley, and then we earmark that money for rental assistance through our ongoing contractual arrangement. If, however, council is more interested in the proposal that was submitted, what we could do is add $15,000 to our community grant program and then create a pot of money for rent relief, and then the agencies, some of who spoke today, could apply for those targeted grants, and we could work it through the grant program. So there's a couple of options for council.
Okay, and so I'll just say I think it's a very worthwhile thing. It's a very small ask that probably has the most impact per dollar of about anything we spend money on. I think it's been mentioned, and it's a pretty obvious fact that keeping somebody out of being homeless is far easier than getting them off of homelessness. So it seems like a very worthwhile small amount of money to invest. So I'd like to figure out how we best want to do that.
I would ask that how we best do that, what your inclination would be is to either amend the contract or just have the $15,000 added to the community grant program. That's just something I would put out there for consideration. Vice Mayor?
And if I may, Mayor, I'm sorry, I do want to just ask if Ryan Baker has any other guidance for the council on this matter.
Thank you, Council. So I administer the community grant program. If currently there is nothing in the community grant program process which you have adopted, which targets any specific area or any specific funds. So if you did want to look at that whole process, if you wanted to amend that process or do something, we'd bring that process back to you. It's not set in stone, but currently you'd be going outside of what you have already adopted for the process if you put specific money into it and then said you wanted it targeted in a certain direction it's not written in what you've already adopted. So.
Okay, thank you. Vice Mayor.
Thank you. I think the rental assistance program has some similarity to another request that we had to further fund the nutrition program that's also run by a nonprofit. And I believe that they receive a sustaining grant and are requesting an additional amount. Is that correct?
Ryan Baker again. Yes, so I think you're speaking of Live Oak Nutrition. They receive a sustaining grant. I believe it's a $22,000 grant. That is within the budget that is proposed. If you did want to look at changes, amendments, or those types of things, again, I would probably bring the community grant process back to you as a separate item so that you can take a look at that whole thing as it pertains to how we fairly address all of the nonprofits and the work they do. You've heard some fantastic things about fantastic things that are happening with some of the nonprofits here. We got 30 other nonprofits that are also doing fantastic work, and part of that grant process is making sure that you're looking at sort of that level playing field for everybody at that 50,000 foot view. So that would be my recommendation. If you want to make changes to that whole thing, we can talk about changes to the whole thing. But I would not recommend specifically targeting different ones at this time and saying, well, that one sounds good, I'm going to put some here, put some there, without looking at that whole process.
Vice Mayor.
Yeah, and I think we have an excellent community grant program that looks and balances different factors and involves the community in making the decision about how those grants are allocated. So I think it's it's kind of rare for communities to have something like that. So I think and we were able to fund it a little better when we had some money from the federal government, and we were able to go through that program. One other question for staff on this is that the nutrition program and the rental assistance, have we had discussions with the county about their increased funding of these activities? We know on the nutrition program that the county's funding was flat or slightly lower, and that the number of people receiving meals increased dramatically. And it does seem that there's some of those programs are also funded by the county. So have we had conversations with the county about these specific proposals, about their ability to fund some of these programs that we've received proposals for?
Just speaking in terms of the community grant process, we wouldn't really have the capacity among all the applicants that we receive, all the applications that we receive from different nonprofits, to really cross-reference and check where their other funding is coming from. I think that would be beyond our capacity to really do. It would feel a little strange to me to just kind of pick a few out of that bunch and say that we're going to cross-check them. I think whatever we do, we should probably apply across the board in terms of the procedures that we have. But the basic answer is no, we have not looked at the way that county funding or other funding applies to our grant applicants.
Okay, it's not really a question, but just sort of it occurs to me that, as Councilmember Rennie indicated, this money has a big impact, and so some of this local money I think is important. But it seems maybe there's a two-pronged approach to this, because our ability to fund this at a level that really has impact is very limited. And so I'm kind of wondering if there's more as a municipality that we can do in sitting down with county supervisor, with county management, and articulating the specifics of these programs to see if we can't get some more. If I know that the county has a deficit right now, but these things change. And so kind of looking at it not only this year, but thinking that maybe we need to do both rather than just one thing. It seems like going it alone, we're not going to be able to make enough of a difference.
So I anticipate we're going to have a lot of conversation on the budget. So I was hoping to move to D&E and clear them off. Can it wait, Councilmember Moore? Otherwise, we can go ahead. Okay, all right. If we could move to item number D, because we have A, B, C, D, and D&E should go quick so that we can spend the bulk of the evening on the budget items. So I'm looking to my council members if they have any questions, comments, or would like to make a motion in regarding the potential donation list in attachment 8. Councilmember Moore.
I think we had a robust discussion about this last year, and I feel pretty comfortable with it. So unless anyone has any issues, I'd move to approve the donation list.
Okay, I'll second. All right. I will call the question then. All in favor? Aye. Councilmember Ristow has her hand up, so it passes unanimously. Thank you. All right, let's go to E, and that's to review and approve the town investment policy with no changes, which is in attachment number 9. Do I see any comments, questions? All right, I'll go ahead and make a motion then that I move to approve the town investment policy with no changes per attachment 9. Councilmember Ristow had her hand up first, so I'll let you second it. I will call the question. All in favor? Aye. Passes unanimously with council members' hand up as well. Okay, so now we can go back to the meat of the item. So let's, Councilmember Moore.
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, so I just first wanted to thank the community members who shared their stories of service and compassion. I think it's really easy to forget in an affluent community like Los Gatos how many people are struggling here and how much that we can do to make an impact. And it's always really heartening to see so many good organizations out here supporting our most vulnerable community members. I very much resonate with the sentiment expressed up here that an ounce of prevention is worth a pound of cure. It's, a few things. One, I think it's important to know that the organizations that spoke this evening are not the only people that are investing in rental assistance. West Valley Community Services provides rental assistance beyond what the town gives them. That's part of their model. It's what they do. And so, and there are other organizations like Bill Wilson Center who help with young adults, Jewish Family Services. So I think there are a lot of ways that people are trying to get after this money. And I do think it's on the town to, pull our weight here and do what we can for our community members. I think that the idea of putting some carved out money in the community grants process this evening and then going back and amending that process, I think makes sense. I think, the town manager's option 2, I think makes sense to me. I would want to talk through a little bit what the dollar amounts look like. I think Live Oak has a worthy proposal as well on that. But one thing that we haven't talked about yet is where this money would be coming from. And I think there's a number of other proposals like Numu's proposal, which I also think is a worthy proposal, and a number of other things that I think we'll get into this evening. And so my thought is that we should look at zeroing out the downtown streetscape program, which is a $552,000 fund, and then looking at reallocating the money to these other things that we're talking about this evening. I think the downtown streetscape program is incredibly important. I think it's something that we will eventually have to get to, but as we all know, we invested huge sums of money in our parklets, and I don't think it's realistic to think that in the next year or two we're going to completely repave North Santa Cruz and kind of redo downtown in that way. And so I think that would be a good place to pull money from, and then I have thoughts on sort of how we could break that out.
Okay, Vice Mayor.
One question on that. Is that a capital program?
Yes, Gittung Bari Finance Director. It's a capital program, and there is no restricted on the funding source because it's a GFAR money in that project. So it's if council wish to allocate.
And is that money planned to be expended this year? Is that on the schedule for this year's?
It is not.
Okay, so that money might not be available this year.
It's not planned to be expended.
Okay.
There's a long history to that project. I think staff has a number of things that we would spend it on if it isn't reallocated, but it's not. We don't have plans for it right now.
Okay, one more follow-up. Is there any guidance or recommendation from our finance director or town manager on using capital projects for an operating expense?
So as our finance director said, this is town money. It came from the general fund into our capital program, so it can also flow back into operating. This would address our mayor's earlier question about the number of projects. So if we zero it out, then we would take this project off the list, and then council would have roughly $500,000 to spend as it wished on operating or other capital needs, so it's not restricted.
Thank you.
Any further comments from council members? Councilmember Moore?
So I'll just throw out some preliminary thoughts on sort of what that might look like. So I think to start, I think Numu's proposal is a very reasonable one. I think that I think we can't predict what the budget is going to look like next year and the year after that. And so my thought on Numu's proposal is to take $150,000 from that 552 and give it to Numu to fulfill, the bulk of their proposal. And then there's, and I don't want to get overcomplicated here, so if anybody loses me, just let me know. But there is a proposal in our capital program to take $50,000 from the community garden and $50,000 from Lynn Avenue and put that money into the pickleball. And I don't think we should take that money from those two programs. I think those are really important, and I think we should continue to fund them. And so I'd recommend we take another $100,000 from the streetscape program and invest that in resurfacing the pickleball courts. And then I think there's different ways we could break out what we just talked about. I don't disagree with kind of where it sounded like where Councilmember Hudos was going about the community grants program. Live Oak Senior Nutrition and West Valley Community Services currently get comparable amounts of money in that program, and so I would want them to continue. If it sounds like we all think, or a lot of us think, that both of those are very worthy causes. So if it's something like $40,000 for $40,000 for senior nutrition and $40,000 for rental assistance, I think that could be a good way to break that out in the community grants program. And then there's other things that I think we could talk about, like increasing money in the grants program generally. We also don't have any money currently to continue work on the downtown restroom. So I think there's other pieces there, but that's where I would start with throwing out some numbers.
Councilmember Rennie?
So,
I'm sorry. Did the town manager want to speak?
I just wanted a clarification on the Numu proposal, 150. Numu's proposal total is 350, so I wasn't sure if you were saying 100 towards, the history and then 50 towards the sign, or all of it towards. I wasn't clear.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, that what you stated is what I was thinking, that it's a 3-year proposal, so funding the first year of the total proposal.
Councilmember Rennie?
So, let's say I'm okay with 100 for the 1 year. The sign is another issue I worry about because it's been very difficult to decide how to change our civic center. You know, we went round and round and round for years before we finally built the Veterans Memorial, for example, using a piece of the civic center. So I'm not so sure it's as simple as just putting $50,000 into a sign. And as I implied before, we as a council need to decide whether we want a big sign on the lawn there between the trees, or whether we want to try to combine it. So I think more needs to be said than just saying we're going to put $150K in. You know, maybe we say, okay, we're going to put $50K there, but we haven't decided yet what we're going to do.
Vice Mayor.
Yeah, I mean, this sounds like an interesting approach to get a few things done that we want to. The thing is, the downtown streetscape primarily affects our business community downtown. Have we had any discussions with the chamber or with our retail folks downtown about deferring or canceling the balance of the streetscape program?
Thank you for the question. No, we haven't. This proposal is coming forward this evening for the first time. I think it's important to see that the downtown streetscape project started well before the parklets. It was an idea that we needed to redesign and modernize our downtown. Since then, we've made significant investment in the parklets, and I think we all agree it's a wonderful success for our downtown, and we have completed that project. So we don't have any plans to hire a landscape architect and start doing design for a new downtown streetscape. So that funding could be available for council's wishes. We have not heard from the chamber. The current leadership of the chamber has not been asking for a redesign of the downtown. So this has been, it hasn't been an issue over the last year or so.
Thank you.
Councilmember Rennie.
So I'll respond to that a little bit. I do think it's kind of reasonable. This is one of the things that the Finance Commission was getting at, was how are we using our capital dollars? If they're just sitting there doing nothing, is that the best use for them? And, you know, we have a pretty good looking downtown now with all of the parklets. And so, you know, a redesign would, when we wrote the contracts for the parklets, we said, well, you can have them for, you know, 5 years, but then some point after that, we may tear them up. Well, I'm not sure why we want to tear them up. So it is money that's probably going to sit there forever. The other place is, if you look on the expenditure, you know, and again, thank you to Nicole Burnham for adding the new information, you call it, on project spending. I think Councilmember Hudis mentioned it earlier, that shows how we're going to spend down on the projects. Another one you notice is we've kind of put the Creekside turf replacement on hold, and that money, you see nothing being spent and available at the end. It's still sitting there. That's another one of those dollars that's sitting there not making best use. So I think those are the kinds of things that the Finance Commission was wanting to get us to think about. Where do you have dollars sitting there doing nothing that could be put to better use? So I agree with the concept, and the one you chose seems like a reasonable one to have chosen.
And Mayor, if I may, yes. Just consulting with my team here, there was direction a number of years ago that maybe one of the parking spaces or two of the parking spaces that were not put into parklets, that the town would invest in building our own parklet. We have not pursued that because the ideas of which parking spaces tend to be on very steep slopes and would be very expensive. But if that, you know, if council wants to hold back a little bit of money for downtown streetscapes, for example, if you want to install bike parking or do something, you know, with another parking space to help invigorate, that was direction we got many years ago that we really need to invest in. And then also, as you know, there's a lot of activity on Montebello, and so staff is seeing the need for some bollards And I believe, Nicole, did you have a cost estimate on that?
Yes, we evaluated placement of bollards at on Broadway and Montebello to help with closures for events at approximately $50,000 for the cost of that work.
So in other words, there are some other downtown, it's not that full reimagining that we talked about a number of years ago, but now that we are seeing events coming back, there are probably some smaller targeted investments that that might also be useful for council consideration. Thank you. Vice Mayor?
Yeah, along those lines, it seems as though we had some challenges with the space next to, I can't remember the street name, next to Loma and
Gray's Lane.
Gray's Lane, and do we think we would have to spend money, or do we think that a possible tenant would be able to help resolve that because that situation is not up to standards?
Well, Monica Wren is available on Zoom, and so I would defer if Monica is available to help answer that question. Thank you.
Good evening. Thank you for the question. Currently, we have one prospective tenant that I don't believe would necessarily be able to program that space as the prior one had wanted to do. The town staff has been working on some different ideas in the background to try and think about how we could be creative with that space. But at this point, we don't have any formal plans, and we, other than this downtown streetscape money, don't have any money that we'd be able to put towards that.
Do we have any rough estimate of what it might take to help that space along?
I'll defer to Nicole for that. I don't have a cost estimate, and I'm not as skilled in estimating what that would take.
Yeah, and I would just jump in here that I think before we can even do costing, we would really need to have a council discussion about what your vision is for Gray's Lane. Before COVID, we closed it to try and do some placemaking. Then COVID happened and it became invigorated. It's got some challenges, as I think we've all lived through. So I think at some point in the future, council may want to have a council discussion about the future of Gray's Lane. Do we keep it closed? Do we reopen it, et cetera? So I don't know if we can make all those decisions tonight, but that's definitely something worth discussing. Thank you.
Okay, thanks.
Councilmember Rennie?
So my thoughts on some of the things that just went by. I don't think we want to go back to putting in more parklets. At the end of that program, I'd say we kind of overdid it. We've got an awful lot of parklets, and we've lost probably more parking than we really wanted to. So I don't think at this point I would go take more parking for a public parklet. That's kind of what we did with Gray's Lane. So that comes to the next question. I don't think I would open Gray's Lane either. I think it's nice as a public space. The problem we've sort of run into is the property next to it seems to need to be invested in what we do there, and that's been up in the air when the one potential tenant fell through. And my impression is the tenant that's in there now is a temporary tenant. So not rushing to spend a lot of money there makes sense to me, so that we can maybe coordinate with no tenant's permanent, but let's call it a permanent tenant that maybe moves into that building at some point in the future. So that's my thoughts on it. No, I wouldn't spend big money there because I just don't know how I would fit it in with what might happen in that space that's not really filled yet. Maybe a little bit of spending to improve it a little bit, but I wouldn't do anything major. That's my thoughts. And then a couple questions I think for Councilmember Moore. You talked about taking all of it out of it. We could leave a little bit in there for projects like they need 50K, they say, for bollards and something like that. You mentioned 40K for nutrition and 40K for rental assistance. Were those additional numbers, or were those total numbers? Because what was asked for was additional 15 for rental and 22 for nutrition. Were you going above and beyond, or were you doing kind of a total for what we had been doing plus what's being asked for?
Good question. Thank you. I may have misunderstood the Live Oak proposal. Is that it's only for 22 additional for 44
it's
total?
22 to 42 is what is in her letter that was emailed to us today late in the day.
Got it. Okay, so I mean, I have a few thoughts there. I think if we're going the community grants route, I think it would be worth going above and beyond. I'm not committed to those numbers necessarily, but I'm at least thinking for the rental assistance number, that contract we have with West Valley Community Services is for a slew of things. And so if we really want to dedicate, you know, $30,000, like the proposal said, to rental assistance, I think that could make sense. It could be 30, 40, you know, whatever. And so I was trying to match the senior nutrition and the rental assistance, but I'm not tied to any of that. I think if we wanted to do, you know, each of them at an additional 30 or something, I'm just thinking about, we're opening up the can of worms of going through the community grants process, and so we may have multiple agencies applying, and I think if we end up giving out 3 grants of $5,000, you do diminish, you know, a little bit of, I think, the efficiencies of the organizations, and it seems like there are multiple organizations who would apply. So that was kind of where my thinking was there.
Councilmember Rennie.
So if I could boomerang this to staff then, I think Councilmember Moore is going for a total, but he's pulling it from one location, when in fact I think some of the total may already be in our budget somewhere. So we had rental assistance currently of 15 as part of a West Valley contract that's already in the budget, so we wouldn't need to pull that 15 from there. That's a no, we don't need to, or no, I'm wrong.
No, you don't need to, and I would defer to Director Paulson, who oversees our housing programs.
Great, thank you. Through the Mayor, Joel Paulson. So the current contract agreement we have with West Valley Community Services runs through June 30th of 2025. So they're currently slated next fiscal year to receive an additional $15,000 under our current agreement.
And then on the Live Oak Nutrition, there was a 22 that they had gotten, I guess, last year. That's through our grants program. So that is sort of taken care of, because our budget, so that was another question I never asked. Our budget for our grants program is the same as last year in our budget now?
No, it's down back to the 150,000. So it's back to where we were pre-ARPA.
And what were we at last year, 200?
We had about double that, I believe.
Yes, 300,000.
We had 300,000. Okay. Thank you.
And if I may, Ryan, could you clarify, Director Baker, if Live Oak Nutrition is a sustaining grant, so they have an expectation of a minimum amount of funding?
Yes, we have made a sustaining grant commitment to them of $22,000 per year. That is not what they're currently asking for, but what we have in the books and what we have in the budget reflects what we have committed to through the sustaining grant to them. I would also like to add, if it helps with this discussion, that at this particular time, and if you are going to go the community grant way, and my staff can correct me if I'm going the wrong direction here, but I don't think you need to earmark or divvy up or figure out where it's all going at the moment. I think for just the purpose of the budget, if you move it into the grant process, then I bring the grants back to you at the next meeting, then you can figure out where things are going, if that sounds amiable. I think we just need a number for the budget.
Councilmember Moore, followed by Councilmember Ristow.
Yeah, thank you for that context. I think that's helpful. So I'm trying to not overcomplicate this, and I feel like I might be doing the opposite, but perhaps we could look at doing something similar to what we did last year of increasing the overall community grants bucket. But I do think my issue with what Director Baker was just saying is I think we heard directly from these two organizations that already receive sustaining grants that and many organizations in terms of the rental assistance, that these are two specific areas where extra is needed. And so I wouldn't want to just simply increase the total grants and then hope that we get people that apply that are good. I think these are things that we should do specifically for these causes. And so if, last year we increased it by $150,000, if we did that again this year, it could be something like $100,000 for the general community grants, and then 25 for senior nutrition, 25 for rental assistance explicitly called out.
Councilmember Ristow. And Ms. Wood will read the comments or the question.
Yes, speaking for Councilmember Ristow, I'd like to allocate more money to grant programs to cover rental assistance, live oak, plus other asks that may not surface until the grant application time. I want to be sure that groups waiting for that process are not cut out.
Okay, thank you. So, I have a question for staff, because Councilmember Moore, mentioned these specific causes, which, they're heavy, hard issues, no doubt. But this is, a regional issue. But is it typical for local jurisdictions to provide rental assistance? Is this what we have county programs for and state programs? I know I recently served on the Housing Community Development Advisory Committee, and we met on April 5th, and we recommended $4 million in funds to be approved by the Board of Supervisors, and those monies were to be utilized in maintaining and expanding activities to prevent and reduce homelessness and increase affordable and supportive housing. Is our county just not doing enough? What are the two roles between local and county?
So historically, the county is the social services safety net. That's been the role. That's where our property tax goes for county level services, as well as medical and health services and behavioral health services. I think what we've learned over the years is that the county dollars are also stretched thin, and they don't go far enough, and oftentimes the West Valley, for one reason or another, is overlooked. And so Los Gatos has also a long history of its community grant program. We've been doing a lot for human services with our own funding. It started originally because we were our own recipient of federal community development block grants, and then because of our size, the Fed said, oh, you're too small, you go into the county pool, and that's why you're part of that committee. But the town still said, we have a community need, and we want to use our own general fund to meet community needs, both for cultural reasons. We've done a lot in the arts, but also for human services and social services. So it is a bit unusual, but I think our landscape has changed a lot in the 10 or 15 years. And so cities are stepping up a little bit more, and Los Gatos is one of the ones that's done a considerable amount in this area. But again, it's a council choice because these are general fund dollars, and you have a lot of discretion in terms of how you want to use them.
Thank you. Vice Mayor?
Yeah, thank you. I'm probably most familiar with the Live Oak Nutrition Program and the shortfall that they have because they're just plain serving more meals every day than they were budgeted by the county. And so, and they don't turn people away when they show up for a meal. However, I think that whatever we can do as a town in these areas is still going to be a drop in the bucket. I think that talking about $15,000 in rental assistance is a tiny amount of the rent that changes hands in this town. And so I would be in favor of doing these things because they can be applied with some agility and to very specific situations that our charities and our organizations are familiar with. But I also think that we need to have in tandem with that, we need to be going to the county, and I would propose that we do that on a more formal basis than we have. Maybe the town manager, along with 2 council members, present these grants to our county supervisor and to county management, just to put some more weight behind it, because there has always been a thought that, Los Gatos is a rich community and doesn't have these kind of needs. And so generally in that process, we don't get as much as we give to the county. And so I'm wondering if we can, couple these grants, and this is not really a budget thing, but maybe it would take a motion to create a more formal approach to the county with the specifics of these proposals that are being made. So it's just an idea.
So, Ms. Prevetti, would you be looking for some individual motions on some of these items, or are you just wanting to take direction on the thoughts and individual direction of the council members? Because it seems like we're coming to some consensus of helping Live Oak Kitchen and some rental assistance. And we've yet to talk a little bit more about Numu, but on this particular issue, we just had a lot of discussion. So would you want a motion, or are you just going to take the input that you're hearing from us?
Oh, we would really prefer to have motions, and if they could be specific, and you can just kind of chunk them out as you would like, that would be very, very helpful. And you can go in whatever order works for you. Councilmember Rennie?
I'm going to bring up a new subject, and I'll make a motion at it. So one of the requests, budget-related, did Mr. Baker want to say something first?
I'm
go
sorry,
ahead.
if we could wait on that. Mr. Baker, please go ahead.
Sorry about that. Didn't mean to cut you off there. Just for clarification, I believe that if you did want to change anything in the community grant program, we could bring it back on the 18th. That would be before the grant application period opens. So you actually have, I would think, another shot at how you want to allocate. I mean, if you have the bulk amount, how you want to allocate, who you want to allocate, all those kinds of things, you would have another shot that would not interfere with next year's grant process. I just wanted to make sure that you know that that's a possibility there.
Thank you, Mr. Baker. Councilmember Rennie.
So it's a little complicated with what we're talking about, whether we want it in the grants program or contract extensions or so forth. So I wanted to go to one item that I thought was simpler. Maybe start with the simpler ones, whether it's a yes or no. Maybe that's not that simple. But the chamber requested for their visitor center to be increased from 55 to 88K. What we gave them last year, what's in the budget now, is back to the 55K. Correct?
No. Last meeting, council did increase it to 88, so that's already done.
I guess it was the middle of the night for me, so.
That's okay.
I'm sure that it was.
All right. I'll stop for now then.
Okay. Anybody want to? Councilmember Moore.
So I think maybe this is a question first, then maybe a motion. So for the manager or directors, it still, to me, it still seems that if we're going to do something with the community grants program, tonight we should probably hash out what the dollars are, and then we can figure out what, the structure is, perhaps.
Correct. So I think what I'm seeing just conceptually is that council really likes its community grant program, which is great, and maybe we want to increase the overall pot to 200, just round numbers, to 200. And then in addition, I'm hearing, so that way those who perhaps aren't here tonight could still have the opportunity to apply for more. So we increase the overall amount from 150 to whatever amount council wants. Then on top of that, the council has identified a specific need for rent relief. You want to target rent relief of $15,000 or plus or minus whatever. And then we would come back to you on June 18th and say, okay, for that rent relief pocket, you know, what are the criteria? How many organizations? Whatever it might be. So we craft the criteria. And then the other bucket is around nutrition. So we would say, okay, we want 25 or whatever amount of money for nutrition programs, probably a little bit more general than just senior. And then see what, again, you establish the matrix and the rubric and the criteria, and so that way, if there's more than one organization that also does nutrition, they have a shot at it. Or food programs. I know there's other food programs offered. So I think if we can have a little bit of a sense of your priorities, then that way we can come back with a little bit more structure and productive discussion. And since I'm just talking off the fly, I'm sure Director Baker has something more solidified to offer for you.
So that is one way that you go about it. The other way is you just put a bucket of money into there, and then on the 16th of June, you can look at everything more holistically. You've identified 2 areas that really stuck out today, but those are ones that you heard a lot of community members talk about. There may be a lot of other areas that are not being considered at the moment that might be equally as important to you when you hear them. If you're able to look at the entire process more holistically, you may have it may be a little bit more fair to all of the service providers and all of the nonprofits and all of the wonderful things they do, rather than at this point just allocating a couple of little categories and then having the rest just be whatever. So it gives you an opportunity, if you listen to the whole thing and talk about the whole thing all at once, to really do a high-level view of what you want the grant program to look like, or not. It's really up to you guys.
Councilmember Moore?
Yeah, I really appreciate all of the input and thought into that. So I'm prepared to make a motion. I think that we have. I think while I recognize that these are 2 specific areas, I think these are 2 specific areas that we have heard year after year are especially important for our community members. And so I would make a motion to take $150,000 from the Downtown Streetscapes program and reallocate $100,000 of that to the General Community Grants program, $25,000 of that to rental assistance, and $25,000 of that to nutrition services.
Councilmember Rennie, followed by Councilmember Vice Mayor Hudes.
So again, I'm going to be a stickler on the accounting here. So the current budget for rental assistance is 15, and that's already taken care of. So this is an additional 25, so that works. The problem is the nutrition, because they got 22 from the grants bucket last year, and you just allocated 25, but they've really asked for 44. So it's a little more complicated if you want to meet their need.
So my understanding is that they already have that $22,000 sustaining grant. So this would be 25. So the $22,000 sustaining grant remains. The $15,000 for West Valley Community Services remains. There's an additional 25 for rental assistance, 25 for senior nutrition, which very well might go to those organizations, is my intention with the motion.
Mm-hmm. So it would be additional money on top of it. And the proposal that we received today from Senior Nutrition is asking for an additional $18,000 to bring them up to 40, as I recall.
Okay, so yeah, and because we might have multiple organizations apply, I think 25 for each makes sense.
Vice Mayor, you had your hand up.
I was just asking the rationale for not doing 18. It sounds like we may have other organizations that we think might apply for some money there. Okay. Well, I would second the motion if it hasn't been seconded already.
It's not. So we have a motion and a second. Any further comments from council members? Seeing none, I will call the question. All in favor?
Aye.
Passes unanimously with Councilmember Aristo with her hand raised. Vice Mayor?
So since this impacts our budget, I would like to make a motion that we approach the county with these programs as well and look for, and I doubt that it would happen in the time frame that we're looking for, but the motion would be for the town manager and 2 council members to meet with county supervisor and with county management to explain the needs of these programs with the intention of getting more funding from the county in the future.
Councilmember Istow? Second? Okay, we have a motion and I'm sorry?
Comments.
A comment, okay.
So speaking for Councilmember Risto, I know our present supervisor, Joe Smidian, truly understands the needs in the West Valley as well as Los Gatos. He has been instrumental in helping us with funding of our unhoused and our seniors. I'm sure as Los Gatos funds rent relief, we could also ask county to add to the support of our commitment.
I'm sorry, Councilmember Ristow. I'm Councilmember Rennie. We need to take a break pretty soon. It's past 9, but go ahead.
So I'm okay with this motion. Whoever does it should make sure they research what has been given in the block grants, because I think the nutrition program may get some block grant money that comes from the county. So when you're asking, make sure you understand, we're actually not asking for block grant money because they'll say, yes, you already got it. We're asking from a different pocket from the county kind of thing.
Vice Mayor.
I'd like to slightly amend my motion and have the council members appointed by the mayor.
Did we have a second on that motion? Okay, and you approved that friendly amendment? Okay, so I will call the question. All in favor?
Aye.
Passes unanimously. Now, we can either interrupt our discussion and take a break. I'll look to my council members. If I see a nod, or we just keep going, I think we all want a break. So if everybody can hang tight and come back in 10 minutes, we would appreciate it. If everyone can please be seated, we're ready to get started again. And I'm going to start off the conversation. So as we spend money, and we still have more to talk about, spending money, I'd like to make our money work for us. So I have concern over funding additional salary and benefit expenditures. So I would make a motion, and it would be as recommended by the Finance Commission, to transfer $1 million from ERAF to unfunded pension liabilities. Let's see how my fellow council members feel about that. Vice Mayor.
I've considering it, and I would be interested in town manager and staff's thoughts on it. I'm happy to second it in order to keep it moving along, but I'm interested in the discussion because there wasn't very much discussion at the Finance Commission of that particular recommendation.
Okay, if staff could go ahead and give us their input on that.
Thank you for the question. Currently, there are, I think, close to $2 million that we estimate to be in the ERAF reserve. So, and our understanding is that per communication from the county that those, the amount that we reserve, it's at risk, and we don't know if that risk exists and how long it exists. So it can be, and if we pay the money to CalPERS to pay down unfunded pension liability, and if the county comes back and we have to pay the county back, what happens? Technically, the county will reduce it from our current proceeds. Then we have to figure out where we can substitute that money. So one way of, if we want to take less chance, not put in the CalPERS directly, but put it in the pension fund, because in that case, if we have to pay back the county, then we can just reimburse ourselves from the pension fund for our pension expenses.
So with that comment, you mentioned a risk. How would you rate the risk on a scale of 1 to 10? Should we take that chance?
I can only relay the message that we received from the county, so I don't have additional information. The last county meeting, the county just what they communicated to us. This is what we communicate in a transmitter letter and the staff report. So I don't have any other information, and I can judge the risk.
Okay, thank you. Vice Mayor, followed by Councilmember Moore.
Yeah, just to follow up on the, so I'm hearing an alternate suggestion, which is to put it into the pension fund rather than to pay CalPERS. And was that discussed with the Finance Commission, those two options?
So there was no discussion on this item, on this, the ERAF reserve particularly. There was a discussion, there is a subcommittee that works on identifying different areas there can be fund can be pooled, and I think there was no specific discussion because this work is undergone on touching the ERAF at this time.
Okay, so just a comment. That's kind of what I recall is that Mr. Monk was starting to dig into that, but hadn't formed a recommendation that went through the whole Finance Commission yet. And so, since it's a choice of, where we would put that money, is it possible to move forward on something like this without designating whether it was CalPERS or the pension fund until we heard from the Finance Commission's recommendation on that?
So if the money is given to CalPERS, we won't recover that. So it cannot be used for anything else. So I think if this is the council wishes, putting it to the trust would be safer.
Alternatively, the council could just move it into our OPEB and pension reserve, and then it just sits there, and then you can decide later if you want to put it towards the trust. It will earn more money if it goes into the 115, but you actually have one of three choices. And then that could give you more flexibility until that particular ad hoc of the Finance Commission completes its work.
Okay. So I would be more comfortable with that at this point, just given where they are in their process. And but conceptually, it makes sense.
So you're thinking of waiting or just transferring the money into the OPEB, the 115, so that it earns a little bit money from now, awaiting the Finance Commission recommendation?
Exactly.
Okay, then I would amend my motion to that. I had Councilmember Moore followed by Councilmember Ristow.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, I think that's all reasonable. I think the the OPEB makes sense to me. I wouldn't want to move it anywhere else. I think I really do. You know, when I've talked to other council members about this and talked to folks at the county about this, I think the risk remains as real as it's ever been, from my understanding of the ERAF. And so I would really, really hate to be in a position where we do something with this money, where we program it, where, you know, whatever, and then the money's not there, right? I think that would be, you know, worst case scenario on this. So I'm okay with putting it in OPEB, but I would want to provide the direction to the Finance Commission that you know, and this can be in the motion or not, but, you know, just voicing my thoughts here, I really don't think it makes sense to put this money anywhere where we couldn't pull it out if we needed to pay the shortfall, the potential shortfall from ERAF.
Councilmember Ristow, and Ms. Wood will read her comment to us.
Speaking for Councilmember Ristow, I'm very concerned about going against the county's advice. I'm okay with moving the $1 million to the 115 or the reserve because we can retrieve it if needed.
Okay, well, I had amended my motion. Town Manager.
Yeah, I just want to make sure, because I'm hearing a lot of different terms. So we have a pension 115 trust, and we have an OPEB trust. So I want to make sure the motion said the pension trust, but then Councilmember Moore started talking about OPEB. So I want to make sure that we're talking about pension, but
yes, I just thank you thank you for reminding that also we have an open pension reserve in the general fund. So the two options, I think one of the options is move into the 115 pension trust, which is restricted for pension, or leave it in the general fund OPEB pension reserve. That usually this is the money where we collect the money and transfer it to the trust usually, and then usually we take the next step to move the money from transfer the money to CalPERS.
Councilmember Moore.
So then, just a clarification of the motion. So the motion is what you just described. Is that correct?
My understanding that the motion is to put the money in the 115 restricted pension trust.
Okay. And so, does that still? Sorry.
No.
Does that still give us the flexibility to pull it out if necessary?
It does give us a flexibility to pull the money out, but the growth is not guaranteed. It has a higher risk, so we might lose on that trust. So it's not guaranteed that we are going to gain on that trust. And in the current environment, the interest rate is pretty high. Even the LIF pays pretty high interest rate. But definitely in the trust, we might have a bigger opportunity to gain, but we have just the same risk to lose.
Okay. And
so if I could just clarify, I think the director's talking about the investment, you know, and the interest gain of whether we put it in our reserve, in our investment accounts, which are doing competitively well as the 115. But once it's in the 115, it can only be used for pension-related expenses. So we could use it to pay our regular cost for pensions, and that could be a way of backfilling any ERAF loss that we have. But once we put something into the trust, it's meant for pension purposes.
Okay, that's helpful. And so what I was understanding the vice mayor to be talking about is to put this money aside until the Finance Commission ad hoc can make a recommendation to us. So I wouldn't want to put it into the 115 because it gets locked away there. So I think that putting it in the OPEB pension reserve makes more sense. So I would not support the motion in its current form.
Vice Mayor, followed by Councilmember Rennie.
I would just ask the mayor if she would be interested in amending her motion to reflect what council member suggested.
Yeah, I would. It sounds reasonable. I would amend the motion to that.
Okay, I'll second.
Councilmember Rennie.
What is the motion now?
The motion is to take $1 million from the ERAF reserve to put it into the town's pension/OPEB reserve, pending future discussion by the Finance Commission and recommendation to the town council.
Okay, that really isn't doing anything, by the way, but I'm okay with that because it's not really doing anything. But
If it's the only way I can get consensus, I mean, I think we need to do something, you know, where we take the money out. We need to make money somehow. So this might give us an opportunity to make money as we spend money. And that was the whole point of this. But anyway, yes, Vice Mayor.
So,
Councilmember
please, not
Rennie.
Vice Mayor. So I just want to point out, we currently, our general fund dollars are making a little over 4% right now. The 115 trust is less aggressive. We've chosen a less aggressive than a CalPERS fund. So if you're worried about the stock market hitting all-time highs, then of course putting more money into the most aggressive stock fund is maybe not what you want to do now. That would be going straight to CalPERS. Going to the 115 trust is now more of a mix with less risky investments. But of course, just leaving it in one of these general fund, whether we call it this, we call it that, is going to still be getting 4%. Maybe, I said it's doing nothing, but it is sort of indicating the direction at which we want to go, but it's not going to change the amount of money we're making off of it.
All right, Vice Mayor.
Yeah, just a comment. I understand it's a baby step, but I think it's important that we do that, and that puts some pressure on the Finance Commission to take a look at this and make a recommendation. I may not be as sure as all the other council members about what is going to happen, and I respect some of the advice that we are getting from the Finance Commission on this. So it's a step that moves it that way, and then we will hear from the Finance Commission.
All right, with that, I am going to call the question. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Passes unanimously, with Councilmember Ristow having her hand up in support. Okay, we still have lots to talk about. Numu for another step with the desk item that we got. Any Councilmember Moore?
Yeah, I was just going to say that I think we should talk about Numu next, as they're patiently waiting for us to talk about Numu. So again, I think the proposal is sound. I'm curious, for staff's perspective on the $50,000 marquee. If that's, I wasn't on the council when there was the back and forth on the memorial. So I think it would, I've had conversations with the folks at Numu and others who have described people who are supposed to be here for meetings somewhere at the Civic Center, and they ended up in tears because they simply could not find where we are. And a whole slew of things. I really like the marquee idea. I think it's a good one. So I'm curious for staff's perspective on kind of that dollar amount and what, if that could get us started on that.
Well, I'll start, and I'm sure our Public Works Director will add. $50,000 doesn't go very far in terms of design work, and I think what we would want to do is kind of look at the campus and figure out what our signage needs are. We had a capital project a number of years ago, We've also had the Arts and Culture Commission come up with an idea for wayfinding, a simple directory, but we never had all the money that it would need to really make it happen. So I just want to make sure that we have a sense of the realistic, amount that it's going to take, because it's not just simply building a monument and saying, okay, we're done. It's really, if we're interested in wayfinding, there's a little bit more to it. We have, we have released, I believe, the contract for the wayfinding, and that does include signs that will help indicate this way to the museum, this way to town hall, this way to the library. So there will be better wayfinding in the downtown area per our downtown parking program. It did more than just orient users to where our parking lots are. It also orients people to destinations within the downtown. So those signs are, we've now awarded that project, so that's going to happen. But then doing a sign on the campus is a whole nother project. And I don't know, Nicole, based on your experience, what would be a process and cost?
Great question. Yes, to all of everything the manager just said. I would support all of that. I think the cost is going to depend on the sign. I would support the notion of doing some campus-wide work. I think in this town, our public space is quite limited in availability, and so what we use it for and how it gets used might be something that we want to give some thought to. And I think there are multiple wayfinding needs beyond just Numu. Not that their problem isn't significant, but I think there's the campus itself needs some support, and the wayfinding and signage should be in construction this summer. So that you'll start to see some movement on that.
Okay, great. That's helpful. Thank you. Can I just add my comments on that real quick? So I would support, again, I would support the $100,000 that Numu requested for this year for the history project, and $50,000 for civic center campus wayfinding to get that started, to get some sort of wayfinding or monument sign started.
Vice Mayor.
So I have a comment, but we don't have a second yet, but I really think we need a sign that says this is the museum. I mean, the words of monument and wayfinding, that's great, but I think we need to find a way for the town to pay for a sign that says museum, Numu. And I don't think, maybe we could replace it later with a monument, but I think some kind of a, tasteful small sign that can be seen from the street would be very, very helpful. And they've been asking for this for a very long time. So I'm wondering if there's a way to accomplish that rather than a grander idea.
Councilmember Moore.
Thank you. Yeah, so I mean, my thought on this is something maybe in between. I don't know if y'all frequent Nob Hill, but Nob Hill recently just got a new, it's, maybe 4 feet by 4 feet, and it's a sign. It's like a lot of kind of the shopping centers in Los Gatos have. There are no other major tenants in the Nob Hill Plaza right now, but it says Nob Hill and then spaces for, Target, whatever, under that, right? And so what I'm thinking is something, because I think my concern is if you put I'm thinking, right at the corner there across the street from LGS Rec, if you put a big sign that only says museum, then I think you start to confuse people that this is all a museum or it's only a museum. So I think I agree that we don't need to get overly sophisticated, but some sort of sign that says the museum is here, the town hall is here, the library is here, would benefit everyone.
I agree. Councilmember, I'm sorry.
I
Nicole.
just need to point out that is exactly what the wayfinding project is going to do. Exactly. And there will be signs on the street that point folks to Civic and the museum and the library. So if we want to consider this, maybe we could come find a way to communicate with you about what's in the wayfinding project before you decide something new, or we could talk about it again in the fall once the wayfinding project's kind of like underway.
That's really helpful. Thank you.
Councilmember Istow with her comments read by Ms. Wood. Thank you.
Speaking for Councilmember Istow, once people get here, they really can't find Numu or the chambers, at least. I'm not sure why Numu can't have its own sign. Later, we can sign the campus.
All right, so I'm hearing consensus, I believe, that we all want, other than wayfinding or in addition to wayfinding, that we want Numu to have a sign. But do we want to come back in the fall or take Ms. Burnham's comments into consideration? How do my fellow council members feel about that? Vice Mayor.
I would, since we don't know what it is, we certainly, it could, maybe the wayfinding will accomplish it. I would like to allocate some money and have a date, which I would propose would be no later than December of 2025 to have a sign for the museum.
Is there a monetary amount? Is the 50,000?
I think we have to start with that, and
Okay.
we may turn out we don't need as much because the wayfinding is going to accomplish it, or maybe we need more because we need something grander. But that's a little bit of a lead time, but it also establishes that we're going to get this done.
Okay, Councilmember Moore, I thought you had a motion on the table. Was that a motion that you had stated? And I know Councilmember.
I don't know that it was. I don't think it was. I don't think I said
Okay,
I
so
move. Yeah.
Okay, Councilmember Istow. Vice Mayor. I'm sorry.
She's seconding
Seconded.
the vice
Okay,
mayor's
that's
motion.
what I thought. Okay, all right. So I am going to, without any comments
I have
by.
a comment and question.
Okay, Councilmember Moore.
So for Director Burnham, so I'm understanding is the wayfinding that you're describing, and I apologize that of my ignorance of the project. Would that include anything on it for the museum?
Yes, the wayfinding program includes the museum on signage that would be, town campus, library, Numu, and then directional arrows. And I think the economic vitality manager is still on the line too, so she could probably give you more detail if you want.
Thank you.
Hi, yes, thank you for the question. So when we worked with the design team to come up with the directions, we actually start kind of far out from the Civic Center and we start to direct people towards the museum, towards Civic Center, towards the library. And then the signage kind of changes and concentrates as you get towards a certain location. So I think there will be a higher visibility as far as getting people there. And then we took into consideration the folks that are walking versus the folks that are driving. So the signage that was designed meets both needs as far as height and the size of the letters.
Councilmember Moore, followed by Vice Mayor.
Thank you. That's super helpful. And then as a follow-on on that, is there any sort of corner sign like what Numu described at the actual corner of the Civic Center campus?
There is not one single sign dedicated just to Numu. And I don't know exactly where, I can't recall off the top of my head exactly where the placement is. I don't believe anything is on the corner. I believe we stayed away from putting things in the lawn itself. And then as far as specific corners go, we have to leave the ADA access with the wheelchair ramps, et cetera. So I think most of the signs are on either existing poles or new poles. And then the height of them and the letters were taken into consideration to meet folks depending on if they're walking or driving.
Okay, got it. That's helpful. And so for the maker of the motion, this is specifically you're advocating for pushing for a sign specifically for Numu on the corner there, or in the area on the campus.
Yes, I mean a sign that says Numu in front of or next to Numu.
Okay, and then is there? So I think I still have the concern that if it's only Numu, that's confusing for people. That's my concern.
Well, I'd say we have to solve some other problems in terms of directing people, but in terms of people who come into town who are looking for the museum, a sign that says Numu would be very helpful. And I don't think they're going to be looking for the police station or the clerk's office or something like that. I think it's to solve that problem, so there has to be some kind of a sign that's in front of Numu that says this is Numu, and yeah.
Okay, so we had you have something more, Councilmember Moore, go ahead.
Sorry, no, I maybe for staff's interpretation of this motion, I just wouldn't want to preclude us from a sign that says more than just Numu on it if we're doing this sign.
I mean, one thing I might be able to offer is that since we are about to go into construction with the signage program, if additional funding was allocated, we could consider some kind of signage for the campus, and then it would be consistent with the branding of the rest of downtown. And maybe it's not like the long-term monument vision of what Numu is looking for, but maybe it could scratch the itch of what's happening here and the campus, needing, more signage. Maybe we could talk about that as an option.
And if I may, through the mayor, it would also be best, since it is town property, that the town be the lead on the sign. So this, and I know it wasn't a motion, but the idea of $100,000 to the history, that I understand would go straight to Numu, but I think the $50,000 for any kind of capital improvement on town property should really be managed by the town.
Okay, Vice Mayor, Councilmember Ristow, I think, were you going to provide a comment when you had your hand up? Okay, let's hear that first, and then we'll go to the Vice Mayor. Ms. Wood.
Speaking again for Councilmember Ristow, Numu has lettering, a sign, but it's eclipsed by the memorial that comes later. I support Director Burnham's suggestion.
Vice Mayor?
So, look, I mean, if this gets accomplished by the wayfinding program, then we don't need to spend the money on it. I'm a little skeptical because the wayfinding program is several years late, and I haven't seen it, and I don't know if it accomplishes the task of having a sign for the museum. If it simply has signs around town that says the museum is this way, I don't think that accomplishes this objective. So I wanted to keep the motion there to have some kind of a sign, whether it's part of wayfinding or not, that identifies the location that is in front of the museum, and to accomplish that by the end of 2025. If I'm sure that it would be a mistake to try to design it from here, but I think setting an objective is important because this has been going on a very long time.
Okay, I thought we had I'm sorry, did we want Ms. Burnham to speak again? Okay.
I don't think we have a second for the
Okay,
motion.
that's what
and we
I
also need to clarify the dollar amount.
Okay, so I thought Councilmember Ristow had seconded it, but I know it's kind of difficult, with the communication tonight. So we do have a motion and a second. Councilmember Moore, did you wish to comment before I make the call?
Yeah, I was just going to say, I would support this motion. Then I think myself or someone else could make a second motion to allocate money to the wayfinding program to do this now. So I would support this motion right now.
Okay, and I believe that we need to put a dollar amount next to it.
It's up to you, Vice Mayor, if you'd like it to be included in the motion or in a subsequent motion. I think it's clear the timeliness intent of this particular motion, so whatever is your preference.
I would prefer to keep the dollar amount out and then have staff come back with an estimate of what it would take to do a sign at a future council meeting.
Okay, and I believe that's fine by the seconder. So I am now going to call the question. All in favor? Aye. Passes unanimously with Councilmember Ristow with her hand up. Councilmember Moore.
Thank you. So now I would make a motion to move $50,000 from the Downtown Streetscape program to the wayfinding program for signage for the Town of Los Gatos Civic Center and the Numu Museum.
All right, I see a second from Councilmember Ristow. Vice Mayor?
Just a clarification, is that necessary, or is the wayfinding program funded to cover that?
Well, we were just talking about on-site signs, which is different than wayfinding. So I think the intent of this motion is to move money from Run project to wayfinding, so that way we have a capital project that would do the on-site signs for the campus, including the museum, if I'm understanding it correctly.
That is my intention.
Okay, thank you. Does that need a second?
It has a second.
Okay.
So I can go ahead and call the question then. All in favor?
Aye.
Passes unanimously. Councilmember Ristow with her hand up. Councilmember Moore?
No, I was going to make the motion for the $100,000 for the history program.
I thought we did that, but go ahead, make it. Yeah.
No, I don't. So I would move $100,000 from the Downtown Streetscape program to fund 1 year, or to fund $100,000, I guess, of Numu's history project for the town of Los Gatos.
Vice Mayor?
Second.
I'm going to provide my comment, and I am going to be supporting that motion. I think it's for an excellent cause. This was Historic Preservation Month, and what better stewards of our town to promote a proclamation that we had earlier this evening. So I will be supporting that. Any further comments by council members? I will call the question. All in favor?
Aye. Aye.
Passes unanimously. We've made a lot of progress on this operating budget, but so I don't know if we can close B out, because we still have to talk about the capital budget and maybe talk about the recommendations of the Finance Commission, even though we did talk about one of theirs. So are we ready to maybe move on to the capital project? Vice Mayor?
So I have something else that I'd like to propose in the operating budget, and this is to allocate 0.2 full-time equivalents to coordinate older adult services. This was a recommendation of the roadmap. It was also endorsed by the council, and and this, the need is to coordinate these service providers for older adult services, not just to support meetings of our commissions. And so my motion would be to allocate 0.2 FTEs to coordinate older adult services.
I'll second that. We want that roadmap to thrive and be successful for our community, so I will second that. Councilmember Rennie?
So I'm not sure it's clear. What you last said was a quarter of an FTE to coordinate adult services, which is different than coordinate the roadmap. What you really want is to coordinate the roadmap, right?
No, actually, the need is to coordinate adult services. So this would be someone who is in contact with the service providers and, coordinates, because there are quite a few of them that are providing older adult services, and communicates with them about what the needs are in the town. It's a minor role, since 0.2 FTE is one day a week. And it's not the roadmap. It's about the services and the service providers, because currently that's not being done.
Councilmember Ristow, followed by Councilmember Moore, and Ms. Wood will be reading Councilmember Ristow's comments.
This question's for the town manager. Is this a position we can fill?
Well, it's very odd to have a 0.2 FTE because it's, well, first of all, we would know what level of the organization and what, you know, it's hard to cost until I know, are we talking about a administrative assistant, or are we talking about an assistant town manager? You know, it's the scale of this could vary widely. 0.2 of an FTE doesn't go very far, and we've been absorbing the 0.2 FTE in the town manager's office and in the library department to date to service the roadmap implementation. You know, I understand the interest to actually fund a position, but we would need to know what position it is. And then we would have to figure out if we could find a part-time person who's interested in doing that. And then my other comment, for whatever it's worth, is that, you know, it's unusual for a town to manage nonprofits. Usually the nonprofits know their business and they know what the needs are. So for us to have an oversight role is a bit of a stretch for government. I know that our Community Health and Senior Services Commission has been very interested in that oversight, but it's a delicate place for us, and I would hate for us to, you know, disturb the lovely relationships that we have with our providers by us then telling them this is what the need is, when that's really their role. I think if council is interested in advancing the roadmap, one option might be to just say, you know, we need a half-time FTE that's going to really advance the roadmap project. But I would caution about our having the overreach of government telling nonprofits how to handle their services. So a little bit of clarity would be helpful. Thank you.
Councilmember Rennie?
And so again, we're bouncing back and forth between the roadmap and something else, so that continues to be confusing. But assuming it's the something else, it still seems to me that this would be better contracted out to Los Gatos Rec to do, because they've got the competency. If we're taking a quarter of an FTE, you're either getting somebody that's coming in for just part-time, or you're getting somebody on staff to do part of it for their job, but that might not be something that they know much about because we're not hiring them for that. So it seems like maybe we want to allocate for it, but contract it to Los Gatos Rec or SASE or somebody like that versus putting the role on our staff.
Vice Mayor.
Yeah, I think those are options for doing that, and I'd be interested in staff's recommendation about the best provider for that, whether it's an existing employee who we take other responsibilities away and make them one day a week. It's not a management role, it's a coordination role, and if we're looking for a little bit of a description about what it is and what the responsibilities are. The town did have a senior service coordinator part-time, and that was dropped about a dozen years ago. But you know, so if we're looking for what level and all that, we do have an example within our own town of having a senior service coordinator. And unfortunately, it was dropped as part of the transaction with LGS Rec, and it's very much a need because of the fragmented nature of the services. There are at least half a dozen service providers, and it's not to tell them what to do, but it's to understand what they are providing and what their challenges are and their gaps, and finding out that they don't have enough money for the meals of the people who are showing up, that day, or knowing that there's another, one of the service providers is having difficulty with staffing, and we're getting gaps in our services for older adults. So it's definitely not a management position, it's a coordinator position, and it is, we have an example of how to do it. So, you know, maybe a halftime would be better. I'm concerned about I'm concerned about asking for that much, but frankly, the coordination of services for older adults, we don't have an older adult department. Our commission, our volunteers, they have even more difficulty in getting the service providers to let them know what's doing. And so this has been a strong recommendation from the Senior Services Committee that we struggled with at the end. We eventually agreed that we would have that role, but it turned out that the way it was implemented was more just supporting meetings rather than coordinating our service providers. So that's why I'm bringing it up again. If others think it needs to be a more of a role, that's fine, but I think there are examples about how to do this and how to do it well.
So you had a motion and I seconded it, so I can call the question and see if we have consensus, or if it needs to be amended, or if it just doesn't pass. Councilmember Ristow.
Speaking for Councilmember Ristow, I think this should be contracted to LGS RAC.
Okay, would the Vice Mayor want to amend his motion, or should I call the question as the way it was originally stated? Councilmember Rennie would like to provide a comment in the meantime.
So the way it was stated may allow staff to decide how they want to implement it. That's the way I would have read the motion, so they can take the idea of contracting or do it with their own staff.
Okay, if that is correct, then Town Manager, I see you almost pressing the button?
Thank you. I just think the maker of the motion should clarify, because asking for 0.2 of an FTE tells me to hire someone to do this work. So if it is the intent that it's the amount of dollars that's equivalent to a coordinator that could either be filled through a part-time staff member or contracted out, that we would just need that clarity.
So I have Councilmember Moore's hand up, unless the Vice Mayor had it first. Did you want to?
So I was just going to say, so my question, I like the idea, but my question is where the money would be coming from. I think we haven't talked about that.
Okay, Vice Mayor.
I think we're talking about a very small amount of money in a budget, but if we need to, make a reduction in some other operating to fund this,
We don't have one firsthand. Staff could provide some options when we meet again in the next
on June 4th. Is that what you're suggesting, Mayor?
That's a thought, unless the Vice Mayor can come up with
I'm
something.
interested in staff's ideas about who would be best to provide the service, whether it's an existing staff member who we could add this responsibility to them and then shift around some workload. We're talking about 1 day a week with a staff of 150 people. So I think that would be something I'd be interested to hear from the town manager about where we might find that, or alternatively to the amount of funds we would need to hire someone on a contract basis. I wouldn't jump to saying LGS Rec. I think that they're a possibility, but we haven't discussed it with them, and I don't know whether, it would be fair to do that at this point.
Sure, thank you. So one option is we could add temporary hours to the town manager's office, the equivalent of 1 day a week, and cost that out at whatever. I don't even know what that's if we still have the senior coordinator in our salary schedule, but we could do the math and figure out what 1 day a week. So it would be a temporary unbenefited position. I can tell you now that our staff are already carrying tremendous workloads, and and the weight of the demands of all of our commissions. Our commissions are becoming much more active, and that is staff work that's being absorbed. And so I don't see the viability of reassigning work, quite honestly.
With that being said, I did see Director Baker and our assistant town manager wanting to speak, so I don't know if they want to add something to Ms. Pravetti's comments.
Thank you so much. Katie Nomura, Assistant Town Manager. Just wanted to add this was alluded to and mentioned before, if it is going to be a part-time staff person and even potentially a part-time contracted position, the 0.2 I think will be a real challenge to fill. I also think that at that lower level, I don't want to not be able to deliver what the expectation is. So that might be a consideration about how much time.
Yeah, I'll rephrase that. You want 0.5. 0.2 is not going to do anything for you. I'm sorry. There's no way we can deliver with 0.2 what the commission is really seeking, and get to shooting me a look because that's a finance thing. But you're going to have to throw more money at this if you really want the results that you're looking for, and 0.2 is not it.
Okay. Vice Mayor?
I don't know where this is going to go, but I am determined to try to make some progress, so I'll amend my motion to 0.4 FTE, which is 2 days a week.
Okay, I'll second that. Any comments? See none, Councilmember Moore.
I just don't think we're going to be able to find anyone to do that. And so I don't know. I think it'd be great to make progress here, but it just doesn't seem to make sense.
Councilmember Rennie.
So is the motion to let staff come back with a solution of either add or contract?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay, I will call the question then. All in favor? I'm sorry, Councilmember Moore?
So there's no money behind this right now. We would potentially talk about money in the future. And so this is just direction to staff to come back to council to say, here are your options for this.
Yes.
All right, I'm going to try calling the question again. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Councilmember Moore? Oh, okay. All right, great. Passes unanimously. Anything more on our operating budget before we move on to the capital budget or the recommendations of the Finance Commission? Can we make sure that we've closed out B? Okay. Progress. Let's talk about the proposed capital budget, if there's more that we'd like to discuss on it. We did have a recommendation from the Finance Commission that we might want to open conversation with. Vice Mayor?
Going to something more specific, but I was going to suggest that we establish a date to complete the wayfinding project. That project, as far as I can tell, is at least 2 years overdue. It was needed when we established the parklets and took away the parking, and it we need to at least have some element that gets people to know where our parking is. And so I was going to suggest that we complete that we complete the current phase of it, which is, I understand, static signs, by December of 2025.
Is that a motion?
I'm throwing it for discussion for now.
Maybe it would be helpful if we told you the construction schedule so that you have an understanding of that. So I think Town Engineer Heap can clarify.
Yes, thank you. Gary Heap, Town Engineer. That project has been bid. It's been awarded by council. We're in the process of finalizing the documentation and the contracts on that. We're going to be having a kickoff meeting within the next few weeks, at which time we'll give a green light to go ahead and start the manufacture of those signs, which will then be installed, we believe, later on, either late summer or fall this year. We will have a schedule when we do that kickoff meeting with the contractor, and we'd be happy to share that schedule with council once we receive it. But certainly by December 2025 is more than enough time to complete this project.
Okay, then I probably doesn't need a motion, hearing the details on it, and I'm looking forward to seeing it.
Any comments from council members on the capital budget? Councilmember Moore?
Yeah, I have a few comments and questions on a few different capital projects. So one is, I guess I'll start with I guess we can take these maybe in conjunction. So looking at the Pinehurst Community Garden project and the Lynn Ave walkway, those two projects are proposed to be reduced by $50,000 each to pay for the pickleball courts. And I don't think we should reduce the funding of those two projects. I think there has been some questions about the timeline of those projects, of the Lynn Ave and the community garden, and I get that, and I think there's a lot of work to be done there, but I think taking away funding from those projects is moving in the wrong direction, and so I would not want to take money from those two projects for pickleball.
Okay, any comments? Vice Mayor.
I agree. I noticed that as well, and think that we need to continue to make progress.
We will probably need a motion, and if you have different funding for pickleball, then that could be part of the motion. So that way we can retain and modify the project back. Councilmember Moore?
So I'm just going to start with make a motion to restore funding to the community garden, the Pinehurst Community Garden, and the Lynn Ave walkway to start, restoring each of the $50,000 to those two projects, and then we can talk more about pickleball.
All right, Councilmember Ristow is seconding the motion. I'm not going to support it, and the reason being is there's several issues out there with the soil contamination, and I have concerns going forward until those get resolved. So for now, I'm not able to support that. Any further comments? I will call the question. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? No. Passes 4-1. The mayor opposed. All right. Next motion. You said you had more, Councilmember Moore?
Yeah, I have a few more. I don't know if folks have thoughts on pickleball, or we can come back to that. I have a few other, I have a couple comments and questions. So one comment and question I had was on our our trees program, I think it's super important that we continue to plant trees and do vegetation management in our community. And I've gotten a number of emails that I think a real influx. I've been surprised how many emails I've gotten in the past 6 months about people asking for trees to be planted that have come down in storms or what have you. And so I'm wondering from staff's perspective, kind of what the timeline on trees looks like and kind of the funding there. And my understanding is we're looking at potentially augmenting staffing to make some more progress there. And so if you could talk a little bit about that.
Sure, I can address that. The operating budget does include the addition of part-time staff to support the arborist. So we have one arborist right now who is doing hundreds of tree permits a year and trying to manage block pruning and trying to respond to emergency issues. And so our lack of ability to keep up with the tree program is less the result of lack of funding, because there is a tree mitigation fund. It is more related to the lack of staffing. So in the operating budget, we did ask for a part-time FTE to help push that program forward. And we think with that person, we will be able to get creative and get back into implementing and replacing the street trees we've lost.
Okay, great. That's awesome to hear. And I think, the city of San Jose uses organizations like Our City Forest or the Conservation Corps to do some of that work. I know it's a lot of work to get out there and actually plant the trees and then keep them alive. And so I think it could be interesting for Los Gatos to look into doing something like that. Stop for now.
Vice Mayor?
I had a question about 821-2208, the Adult Rec Center Interim Community Center. It looks like we allocated $866,000 to Community Center Development Fund, but we don't see any plan for spending on that. And so I'm looking at the expenditures schedule. So I'm wondering. I see we have 11,000, but I'm wondering if maybe there are some other things we could trade off in order to make that truly short-term interim improvements to the community center. And am I correct that we don't have anything allocated?
I'm going to defer that question to the assistant town manager, because she's been supporting how we're going to move forward with the interim community center improvements.
So right now, the full 866,000, I might have the exact numbers wrong, is in that CIP project. We have not determined how to move forward with those funds yet. That is a future council item and a future item for CHSSC consideration for recommendation to council. All that we have right now is that we are to move forward with an AV hybrid meeting improvement.
Vice Mayor?
So I recall a little differently that the CHSSC did make a recommendation about 4 months ago. And then that was around the time that we said we were going to do this RFI. And when the council considered it, we were going to do the RFI in parallel with designing the space. We've received the information back. So I think it's very important that we make some progress on it, and that we make a commitment to do some phase of that work in this fiscal year and some work next fiscal year, and then be done with it. That was money that we particularly allocated for this purpose, and with the purpose of doing it near term. And so near term is going to fade away. So I would hope that we could figure a way to make a real commitment to doing something this year. And I would also contrast it with some other projects that are on the list that maybe don't help our residents as much. They're nice. The ADA restrooms and the HR offices is a nice thing to achieve, but I'm concerned about not making progress on that center, having a space for services to be provided. The recommendation from the CHSSC was very clear. I think we got confused when we went through the RFI process.
Okay, Katie Nomura, please. Assistant Town Manager, please.
Thank you so much. Just to clarify, as directed by council, that we are moving forward, we moved forward, past tense, concurrently with the RFI and working towards the improvements directed, which were the hybrid meeting room. And so we have been working with LGS Rec and are currently on that path. So that work is underway and has been worked on concurrently.
Vice Mayor.
If I recall, there were two recommendations. One was the hybrid meeting room, and the other was office that could be used for private counseling purposes, shared by different social work and type of agencies as well. And so, but I don't see money for either of those moving ahead.
I'll defer to Director Burnham regarding the funding for this coming year, but it was my understanding that this funding is available for these projects. And we have been working with LGS Rec regarding the meeting space. We actually think there might be a great solution that may not cost us anything. So we are working on both of those things.
Okay, it just strikes me that there's no money in the budget for it. Does that mean that it's not going to happen this year?
Yeah, I think the work that has been done and is being considered currently doesn't have a major capital outlay. And so the items that Assistant Manager Nomura was talking about, the IT infrastructure and the office space is not an $860,000 project. And so we're not currently in design for other improvements of that building.
Okay, thank you.
Any other comments on the capital budget? Councilmember Moore?
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, one of the last ones in the program is the EOC communications upgrade. I'm just wondering, $6,000. I think having our EOC be as capable as humanly possible is incredibly important. I hope we never have to use our EOC in any real, full activation. But if we had to do a full EOC activation, it would be you would really want that space to be, fully optimized. I'm wondering if, and I know the initial kind of funding was from long ago, so I'm wondering if $6,000 is adequate for that project.
Thank you for the question. I can assist with that as well. The reason why it is being reduced from the amount that had been there before is because a lot of the work has been accomplished. And so this is just that remaining piece. We are doing some phone upgrades throughout the town, and so we just want to make sure our EOC is up to snuff once that's done, and so that's what this remaining piece is for.
Councilmember Moore, followed by the Vice Mayor.
Thank you. That's helpful. And then generally, do you feel our EOC is ready to go in general?
I think our EOC has had a lot of improvements. It's going to be actually a really great space if we had to do another activation. We also have an EMPG grant that we were awarded from the county, and so we will be improving technology through that funding as well.
That's great. Thank you.
Vice Mayor.
Yeah, I would just point out, if I remember, there was a request that came in through the emergency comms folks, and I think it got split. Part of it went into the EOC comms upgrade, but there's another line item which is called emergency preparedness, which has 96,000 carry forward, and I checked with them recently, and they think that money would would be needed and would accomplish some of the same things. So I think the money got split into two projects.
So I don't know if you're looking for some motions from us, because we're supposed to be providing direction on the proposed capital budget. Councilmember Moore.
I was just going to comment that before, we defunded pickleball. So we need, we have, if I'm right on the math, we have something like $250,000 remaining from the downtown streetscape program. I heard from, staff, and I think this is fair, I think we might want to reserve some of that money to continue downtown streetscape improvements like the bollards. I think the bollards, especially at $50,000, is a super, super awesome idea. But do we want to look at, and this is just a question for the council, do we want to look at pulling $100,000 from that to restore the pickleball funding?
Councilmember Rennie.
I would say yes, we definitely want to move ahead with pickleball. It's well used, and a lot of members of our community use that, so I think that we should.
Second.
Okay, is that a motion?
I was half kidding.
I think the motion is to take 100,000 more out of the downtown streetscapes for pickleball.
Second.
All right, I will, unless there's comments, I'll call the question. All in favor?
Aye.
Passes unanimously.
Mayor, before you move on, I just want to come back to the comment the Vice Mayor had made earlier about the doubling up of the emergency preparedness project, and I actually do think they are two very different projects. So I think the 6,000 and the EOC upgrades, I think the Assistant Town Manager explained that, that's grant money, it's been around for a while. That emergency preparedness project, 821-2012, was created last year as a result of the advocacy of our CERT team, and it's being implemented with the support of the police department. And so I just wanted to make sure people understood what that project was for.
Thank you, Ms. Burnham, for the clarification. We appreciate it. Councilmember Moore.
And then I was just going to make a motion to use $50,000 of the downtown streetscape money on the Montebello Bollards project.
Second. All right. That's an easy one. I'll call the question. All in favor?
Aye.
Passes unanimously. All right. Anything more? I will provide some direction, and this is unanimous decision from the Finance Commission, and that would be if staff could provide an expenditure profile in addition to the authorization profile currently presented.
And that is attachment 6.
Okay.
So that was provided to the town council.
Okay.
With the capital staff report.
Okay. All right. And so we have all capital expenditures timed so that projects can be properly managed against time, dollars, and quality specifications?
Well, the expenditure plan, the question was really we learned that the Finance Commission was really viewing our capital plan through the lens of expenditure instead of authorization. And so attachment 6 essentially makes that bridge between the budgeted amounts and then what our projected expenditures are for the next 2 years, assuming that we can keep, and we believe that we will be moving all of these projects these next 2 years. So we have a pretty aggressive plan. So the Finance Commission wanted to see an expenditure plan, so we produced one for the council.
Okay, Councilmember Rennie, followed by the Vice Mayor.
So following up on that, I think I liked it a lot. When I looked at it, it was a lot better than, we're just carrying forward and we don't know when it's really going to happen. And when I looked at it, I also thought it was a very aggressive plan. So if we slip some, I won't be surprised. But what I'm hoping to see is next year, we've kind of now put some stakes in the sand. I'd like to see how we do to it. So I hope we continue this and refer it back to, well, here's where we thought it was last year, and this is how well we did. We got 85% of the way to where we hope to go, kind of thing.
Vice Mayor?
Yeah, I kind of led off comments on how pleased I am that we have this schedule. It makes it much easier for decision making in the capital area. And the one thing, again, to push a little bit and ask for one more thing, is it would be helpful to see the grants for the current year, so that we know whether this is money, that really will make a difference. And if it's something we can't touch, we would have a good idea of that. So if there were another column in there that showed the grants for the current year, I understand you get to the out years and there's a lot of uncertainty, but that would be helpful. And again, thank you very much for providing that.
Would the town manager want a motion on that, or is that direction sufficient?
I think it's fine. I do want to compliment both finance and our public works staff for taking a very open approach to continue to refine how we present data and how we tell the story, so that way our finance commission has what it needs, the council has what it needs, the public can understand it. So we're very open. We do not need a motion. Thank you.
Okay. Great. So I think with that, unless there's anything more on the operating budget, the last thing for item number 11 is to consider the recommendations of the Finance Commission in Attachment 4, which I believe for the most part, we've done, but we might want to review those. Councilmember Moore.
Yeah, I just had one last thought on operating, which is the capital. Sorry. So we have $102,000, just to close out the discussion there, we have $102,000 left in the downtown streetscape program. I don't think it's bad to leave that there. I think it sounds like from staff, there's things that money could be used for in the downtown. One thought, and again, not a motion, but just a thought, is to potentially, if that money doesn't move and we, one project that we just made motions on in the last meeting for downtown is the downtown restroom, and my understanding is there's no longer any money there. And so I think that could be a potential good funding source to continue progress on the restroom, because, and maybe it's a question for staff, where are we at on the restroom right now if we don't put any money there?
Thank you for that question. I think we owe you some feedback on the two final options, but then we're done. We have no additional funding. So we would not continue to work on it until it's funded. And we expect the design of that restroom to cost just about $100,000. So if we wanted to move into a design phase, there may be potential there.
Okay, so maybe we don't need to make a decision on that tonight, but for our conversation when we revisit the restroom, we could consider using this money for the design of that project.
All right. With that, I've addressed some of the recommendations of the Finance Commission in Attachment 4. Is there any other recommendations that council members would like to discuss before we close out item number 11? Seeing none, I will then close out item number 11 and move to item number 12, which is to review the polling results in regards to the 1/8 cent sales tax. And Ms. Nomura, welcome. We look forward to your report.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor and Council members. Katie Nomura, Assistant Town Manager. The Council discussed or reviewed the polling results at the last Council meeting, referred the item to the Finance Commission, and then also continue the item to this meeting. And so at the Finance Commission, they made a recommendation that the town council pursue the 1/8 cent sales tax increase only if the use of proceeds are tied to specific needs, such as building infrastructure, and are not for general revenue purposes. That was their recommendation. Just some information to consider is a specific tax would require a 2/3 vote to pass. A general tax would require a majority vote. And then if the council were to choose to prepare a sales tax measure, staff does recommend that that ballot measure language include a sunset date as well as a requirement for an independent oversight committee, regardless of which option you choose. And then we also wanted to offer that there could be a resolution specifying how to prioritize dollars from a potential sales tax measure if pursued. That concludes my report, and I'm here for any questions.
Thank you. Questions for staff? Seeing none, I am going to open public comment. I have no speaker cards. Is there anybody on Zoom with a hand up? No
There
hands?
are no hands.
Okay, then I'm going to close public comment and go back to my council members for discussion, comments, motion. All right, I will start. I think that when we were looking at the polling, the idea was a general tax, and I mean, my thought process is I would like to see it as a specific tax. I don't know if that's going to make a difference going forward in our conversation tonight, but that's how I would like to see this. I mean, I could see moving forward, but moving forward as a specific tax. Councilmember Rennie.
I'll just point out we need 4 of us to move it forward, so that's going to take lots of agreement.
Councilmember Moore.
Agreed. My thought on the specific tax is, this becomes a not insignificant amount of money to do all the work to put this on the ballot, and I would be surprised if a specific tax passed. Just looking at the polling from, that we just paid for, those numbers were in the 60s, of support on some of the proposed language. I think for a specific tax to pass, you'd probably want to see something like 70 because we need 67%. The school district is still lying in wait to know if their parcel tax passed. And that's for schools, which are, generally pretty popular. I don't think a business tax or a sales tax is going to be as popular. So I would worry about going down the route of a specific tax, just because I think it seems unlikely to pass.
Well, with that, I would just make the comment that the questions that were asked led the responders to respond the way that they did because they thought it was going towards police and fire services. Not that it might go into a general fund that not necessarily would be allocated towards that, or even wildfire management. So to me, there's a problem with the poll. Any comments, Vice Mayor?
No, I had a number of questions for, was it Mr. Bregman? Who performed the analysis, and I found there's some internal inconsistency because there's the question that was posed to the residents about whether there is a need for more money, and there were 43% who said great and some, and there were 43% who said no and little. And, then we had the polling results later, but I think it's inconsistent with this earlier question that was asked. And so I'm not as confident in the results of the poll as it was, described. And I think essentially it asked similar question to the last one that really left things open-ended. And so I have my doubts about whether even this would pass at a 50% threshold.
Okay. Well, going back to Councilmember Rennie's comment that we need a 4/5 vote, does somebody want to make a motion, and then we'll just see if we can accomplish anything tonight, or that we know that nothing's going to happen? Vice Mayor.
I just wanted to make one other comment in that there is a compelling argument that there will be a 1/8 cent sales tax placed upon our residents and our visitors by another agency. And so the money will not go to the town. And that is somewhat compelling to me to look at it. But then having seen our experience and seeing where funds are going, I'm sort of the same mind that it would be great to get the 1/8, but I think it would be more likely to satisfy our needs if we were more specific about how it would be used. And I'm concerned about all of it being used in salary and pension costs. And while it's great to retain our employees, it probably would miss the expectations of the voters who would support that. So if there were a way to make it more tied to infrastructure improvements, which we need to fund, we don't have a clear way of doing that, I would be more favorable to it, but I'm concerned that it's not linked to specific improvements in the town.
Councilmember Ristow, followed by Councilmember Moore. And Ms. Wood will read Councilmember Ristow, I want to say Maria, her comments.
Yes, speaking for Councilmember Ristow, this is the last chance for 1/8 cent this year. Polling doesn't support 2/3 approval, yet high school parcel tax on the edge at the 2/3. Who will support this in the election? Messaging is absolutely critical.
Okay, Councilmember Moore.
Yeah, I agree with those points, and I think that I find it very compelling that another agency might swoop this up, especially if we look at the budgets of all of the municipalities. I had a comment written down that I should have said earlier when we had more of the team here, but I think the fact that our budget is so strong, I think is a huge testament to our team. There was an article in the paper today about the struggle that Campbell's in, and Campbell historically has a very strong and stable budget from a strong tax base. Cupertino is in a really, really horrible situation with their budget, and I think it's incredible that Los Gatos has the, we didn't have to make the really hard decisions tonight that folks in Campbell had to tonight, right? And so I think that's huge. All to say, I think because we're not in those same dire straits this year, there is a good possibility that someone like Santa Clara County, who is in a horrible, is in a bad financial situation, they're really looking, they're getting really creative with their where they're cutting, could want this, money. And so I think it makes sense for the town of Los Gatos to be the one, if there's a 1/8 cent sales tax that is going to be levied against our residents and our visitors, the town of Los Gatos should be the municipality benefiting from that. I think, I hear what you're getting at, Vice Mayor Hudes. I think that I don't know if we would all be comfortable with this, or if it could be at all binding, but we could agree to spend the money in certain places. I don't think we could do that tonight. I think that would require some more work, but I think we could get to a point where we have a vote as this council and say, we're, assuming $1 million from this tax. Here's the 3 big things we're going to spend it on: wildfire, police, whatever. I think that would work and make sense, and I think it addresses a lot of the specific tax concerns that I'm hearing.
So I'm hearing that we have consensus on a sales tax measure, but it's whether or not we have consensus on it being general or specific. But I think I just heard you say that you could agree to a specific if we maybe put together 3 things that we all agreed on. Did I hear that correctly?
No, sorry, I wish. Sorry. No, what I was saying is I don't think a specific tax will pass. I just don't think we'll get 67%. And so what I was suggesting is we as a council agree to 3 or 4 exact priorities that we all vote on before we put this out to the voters, that it is a general tax. We could theoretically spend it on whatever we wanted, but we as the decision makers for the town of Los Gatos, we're saying here's exactly what we'll spend it on.
Well, unfortunately, council members change. We're not going to have the same council 2 years from now,
We'll have
4
3.
years from now.
We'll have the majority.
2 years from now?
Yeah. Only 2 folks are up for election, right? So there will be 3 of us will still be here. If we all agree on it, theoretically, we can.
Okay. Councilmember Rennie.
So let me go to the language. I think the 3 points that are going to sell whichever one, whether we get to 66 and fail or we make it to 50 and we pass at 66, but I think it should be, I might almost put add police officers to fund adding police officers, which that probably takes a quarter of what we're going to make to add a officer. And we keep talking about, we know we're going to need officers. So I think that could be a pretty compelling part of it. High on people's list was traffic congestion as a problem. So some sort of wording around improving traffic flow and mobility to reduce congestion. And then the third piece of it are programs to protect against wildfire and maintain our emergency services. The question, I think that's our language target. If we agree on that, then we now can fight over whether we're going to do a specific or a general.
Okay. Well, I like the idea, you say funding another police officer, but it maybe should be more general about police and fire services rather than just limit it to funding another officer, because it still could include that if you leave that a little bit more general. I like the idea of, wildfire programs, but maybe the traffic flow could go into like an infrastructure type of category. But to me, this is more specific where I would lean rather than just keeping it general, because it sounds like we all are in agreement as to where you want these monies to go. So why not make it a specific? Vice Mayor.
Well, I'm just curious about legal advice on if we were to take a vote like that, whether we would prevail as it being a general tax.
So I'm sorry, but I missed that particular discussion, but I did want to offer one thing that cities used to do when they were sort of in a similar predicament, and I haven't researched whether this is still valid or not, but there is potentially the option to do the general tax measure and then combine it with an advisory measure on the same ballot. And the advisory measure would not be binding, but it would make a suggestion about how the revenue would be spent.
Councilmember Moore.
That's interesting. I think, I'm to the mayor's comment, which I think is totally fair, because we are talking about what we're talking about are specific things. The reason I will not support a specific tax is because I don't think it will pass. I think it's a lot of work to do to have something fail. I think it'll be too hard to do that. I like the categories we're all talking about: police, infrastructure, traffic, and protecting against wildfire. I think those are 3 great categories. My suggestion was, and I think this was the question for the town attorney that the vice mayor was getting at, is could we as a council say this is what we intend to use the money on?
Yes.
We could vote for those 3 things and say this is what we intend
If
to
it's
use.
a general tax, NBS is obviously the expert, but my recommendation would be that it say, shall the town impose a general tax to go to the general fund to be used for services such as, and list the three things.
Okay. But we could theoretically message as council members in a, in a campaign capacity or whatever, and other organizations could say, and the town council voted specifically that they intend to support these three things.
Yes.
Okay. So I think that does what we're trying to do without having to hit the 67% threshold.
Well, I still like identifying specific needs so that our town residents have transparency and that they have authority over how their tax proceeds are utilized. And we can't count on council members being the same council members that might do those things. So I wouldn't support that. Vice Mayor, you had your hand up?
No, I was just going to comment that I was going to ask the question, what if we, in fact, didn't do that and use the money to fund, let's say, salary increases?
And the ballot measure were worded to say it's a general tax?
Correct.
That would be legal.
You know, I would just comment that I thought I had heard the consultants say that if you had done the poll and said it's for salary increases, that would not be popular where you wouldn't have gotten a good response. I mean, that the general public, they don't want to support salary increases. I mean, that's what I think. I might be wrong. Councilmember Istow?
Speaking for Councilmember Istow, will Finance Commission vocally support this tax if specific?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
Will Finance Commission vocally support this tax if specific?
Well, it's from my recollection of attending the Finance Commission meeting that, yes, they supported a specific tax. Councilmember Rennie.
I think the question is, will they campaign for it? Let's put that word there.
Do we want them campaigning for it? I mean, should they be that politically motivated and involved? Councilmember Moore, I'm sorry.
Well, I don't think they would be campaigning in their capacity as the Finance Commission, right? I think we're talking about individuals on the Finance Commission who, we know are influential in town. I think that's sort of what I've been getting at too. I think that's the right question from Councilmember Risto. If we go for a specific tax, we need everyone out there pushing as hard as possible for this. And I just know we have a lot of community groups in town who are super anti-tax. So I think that would be, that's why it's hard for me to get behind the specific tax, just because I'm worried about it failing and spending a lot of money and time on this to have the thing not pass. I guess if we did the political analysis that there are going to be people out there really rah for this specific tax, maybe I could go for it, but I don't know that that's where we're at.
Let me just add something. When I attended the Finance Commission meeting on May 13th, and when asked to the consultant if the response would have been if there was a separate question that was asked about the sales tax proceeds funding only other general revenue purposes, the consultant admitted it would not have done very well and would not pass. So what are we doing here? I mean, we're kind of doing general revenue. We can say, oh, we're identifying this, but we're not promising it. We're not delivering. We're not guaranteeing it.
I'll promise it.
All right. Promises are never meant to be broken. I know that. I'm just being facetious. It's getting late. All right. We're getting nowhere. Would anybody like to try a motion? I'll try a motion because we know we need a 4/5 vote. I move to support a ballot measure with a specific tax. Councilmember Estow. Second? Okay. Any comments? Councilmember Moore.
I guess just a question for all of us to think about. Do we think, I don't know the answer, this is a genuine question. Do we think that there are people, that there are 2/3 of people that are going to get out and campaign and support this? I think that's the question. I think otherwise, unfortunately, I think it's a waste of money. But if we really think, if you all think that there are people that'll get out and do the work to run a campaign to make this pass, I could get behind it.
Councilmember Rennie.
I think if you do a general tax, you will have some members of the Finance Commission campaigning against it. So you've already made some ground.
Okay, so we have a motion and a second. Any comments? Otherwise, I'll call the question. I will call the question. All in favor? Aye. Opposed?
No.
Passes 3-2. I'm sorry, 4-1. Okay, 4-1 with Vice Mayor opposed. Okay, with that, then, with a specific tax, what would be the next step for us to authorize monies or for us to identify the wording?
So you don't need to identify wording tonight. That would be quite a lot to take on. But what would be helpful is if it's specific, what would you like it to be used for specifically? And then also the rest of the motion so that we can continue with the contract would be wonderful.
Councilmember Moore.
So conceptually, I like what you all talked about. You know, we can, you know, maybe have staff and the consultants work through, you know, what we say about police, what we say about traffic congestion and infrastructure improvements, what we say about protecting against wildfire. But one thing that I would want from the consultant before we went forward with those 3 categories is 3 the best number of categories for people to understand, and also are those 3 on the mark? Are those 3 the best, you know, and are there ways to word these things to get them to be more compelling than others? I would just want to make sure that whatever we suggest this evening, the consultant evaluates to make sure that we are, you know, telling the most compelling story we can.
So I'll see if I can get that response. Our consultants were a little double booked this evening, but the other suggestion could be you can tell us what the topics you would like it to be and rank those in an order of priority. So if the recommendation comes in a number less than that, we know where the cutoff is.
Councilmember Moore.
And I was just going to say, I don't necessarily need the answer tonight. I think just before we finalize the categories and what we're doing, it would be great to have the consultants weigh in, and I'm sure they would.
So the response I just got was they think 4 is fine, police, fire, traffic, and affordable housing could be compelling.
Well, the top 3 for me were police and fire, infrastructure, and wildfire mitigation. So then I think we might not find consensus amongst the 4 votes as to how to categorize the top 3. So that might change things. Councilmember Rennie.
I'm a little worried about including affordable housing. That might scare some people off. So I like the top 3 that I listed, which something about police, something about improving traffic flow, and I added the word mobility. We'll let them decide on that. And then programs for protecting against wildfires and maintaining emergency services.
Okay.
Councilmember Risto seconded that if you want to take a vote.
Councilmember Moore?
Yeah, as much as I'd like to see affordable housing in there, I think that's probably not, going to happen. One other thing I would want to see, maybe just from the perspective of staff, because we're talking about this being a specific tax, what exactly, you know, is $300,000 enough to make meaningful action on traffic improvements? Because I think that's traffic is the number one issue that we all hear about. $300,000 is not a lot of money to, fix traffic congestion in Los Gatos. So I just wouldn't want to overpromise.
So I can't answer how to solve traffic congestion in Los Gatos, unfortunately. But what I can do is, you're isolating the dollars for these categories. It doesn't necessarily mean you cut it evenly between all of them and everybody gets their fair share, because it might be a timing thing. It might be in a couple years we have this great solution for traffic, so more of that funding goes there at that time. So it's not necessarily going to be as cookie cutter as that.
It's good to know. Thank you.
Well, I would just throw it out there that there was a study done, or there was the city of Merced passed a sales tax measure, and they actually itemized 95% to police and fire and 5% road and maintenance, which I found interesting. So the thought process here is we wouldn't put percentages on it. We would just kind of keep it open-ended. Vice Mayor.
Yeah, although I didn't vote for the specific because I don't think it'll pass, I do have an opinion about the top ones, and I think that maybe we could combine the tree trimming, which got 49%, with vegetation management under the topic of wildfire and hazards. And put that together into one statement and still have three that I think would be, our best shot.
Is that an amendment to the motion?
Yeah, I would. Well, I would. So, is there a motion now for those three? And it's been seconded? Okay. So I would ask whether you would consider amending the motion to combine the tree trimming programs with the vegetation management under an umbrella of mitigating hazards such as storms and wildfires.
That makes sense, yes.
Councilmember Moore.
One question on that is you, Councilmember Rennie, you also included emergency preparedness or something to that effect in it. Is that dropping out? I think that's a good thing to keep in there too. And again, I think we can kind of hash out with the consultant what the exact wording is.
So my suggestion was additive, not to take anything out.
Call the question then. All in favor?
Aye.
Passes unanimously. Okay, so yes.
If I could just get clarity of what exactly, are there 4 things now? And what exactly, 3 things, 4 things?
3.
3 things. And then how is the last part worded? And is the intent that it is really for kind of emergency preparedness and response, and which could encompass wildfire, storms, and a variety of other hazards?
I think that we're not trying to give exact language. That's really what the consultant is for.
Right.
We're
So
giving the broad categories, which we picked off of this, which basically said, fire safety kinds of programs and emergency services. Councilmember Hudis wanted to have something about making sure tree trimming was part of it, and he's really thinking tree trimming to keep trees from falling on people's cars, kind of thing, but you don't need to put that specific language in it, along with improving traffic flow and then the police department. But leaving it up to them
So
to
how
come
we
up with the
word that
right
kind
wording.
of larger emergency services category, we can refine. Okay, perfect.
Maybe,
Thank
maybe
you.
have them bring back a couple options in wording, kind of thing. I mean,
Got it.
We know we have to leave it open, but that's what we kind of want.
Perfect. Thank you.
Yeah, I agree. It's a little wordy, but I think we could do some wordsmithing and make it work to resonate with the residents. Councilmember Moore.
I was going to say, and I think that was the intention on all 3 of those. I don't think we have the wording down on any of the 3, right? To really kind of, figure out what's going to be the most compelling.
Okay, so with that, I think you're still looking for a motion to authorize a town manager to execute yada yada. Okay, so I'll go ahead and get started on that. I move to authorize the town manager to execute an amendment to the NBS agreement to include Phase 2 in the scope of services to prepare a 1/8 cent sales tax measure for the November 2024 ballot and increase the not-to-exceed amount to $105,000 and authorize an expenditure budget adjustment in an amount of $60,400 from the available general fund capital special projects reserve. Do I have a second? Councilmember Ristow. Any comments? I'll call the question. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
No.
Okay, passes 4-1 with the vice mayor opposed. And that closes out item number 12. So we will move on to council matters. And Ms. Wood, will you be reading Councilmember Ristow's for us?
I will. Thank you. Over the past 2 weeks, Councilmember Ristow attended Silicon Valley Clean Energy Board meeting as an alternate for Director Rennie. The board received an update on the income graduated fixed charge proposed decision, passed a resolution to fund emission mitigation efforts in a community where a power plant is located, approved a first of its kind commercial and industrial decarbonization program, attended the VTA Policy Advisory Board meeting. They recommended an additional allocation of $4.12 million for State Route 85 noise abatement demolition program and demonstration program in the adopted fiscal year 24-25 biennial budget. Participated in Complete Streets and Transportation Commission Bike the Town ride led by Commissioner Jeff Thompson. With almost a dozen riders, they explored 10 miles of trails, town roadways, including class 2, 3, and 4 bike lanes. A couple of cyclists had never ventured off the Los Gatos Trail on the bike and were very pleased with the protected bike lanes on Winchester and Blossom Hill Road. It was a great way to celebrate Bike Month. She also attended the West Valley Service Providers Quarterly Meeting. Presenters included Santa Clara County Suicide Prevention, Friendly Voice Phone Buddies for Seniors, West Valley Community Service touting their back to school shopping event. Tom Picrow organized these meetings and can provide further details. She also attended truly inspiring community events, Los Gatos All-Employee Quarterly Meeting where the budget was discussed, Kiwanis Turnaround Luncheon, LGMS Police Department Swearing In and Promotional Ceremony, Special Olympics of Northern California Bocce Bash, and met with a number of residents and business owners to discuss a variety of topics, including traffic, parking, water, trees, and housing.
So thank you. For staff, is there a way we can identify this thumping noise or stop it? Or, should we just keep going? It was your mic? Okay, all right. Thank you, Ms. Wood. Thank you, Ms. Ristow. Councilmember Moore.
Thank you, Mayor. I also had the pleasure of attending the all-employee quarterly meeting. It was excellent, really great to see our staff in action. I also attended the Kiwanis Turnaround Scholarship Luncheon, which is always an amazing occasion. Really happy to support that. I had the honor of helping kick off the Lee Stampede 5K. I attended two great events, both celebrating Congresswoman Anna Eshoo in her, the final months of her time in office here. One was sponsored by Toronto Wireless, and the other was a really amazing Service Academy appointees recognition where the 129th Air Rescue Wing of the California Air National Guard named a helicopter after Anna Eshoo, called it the Honorable Anna, and it was really cool. She was really touched. It was actually really special, really cool for someone that's done so much work to support our community. I attended the Los Gatos Recreation Resource Fair. I attended the Special Olympics Northern California Bocce Bash here in Los Gatos. It's really the Special Olympics in Northern California is a big, organization that serves all of Northern California, and they always have one of their big fundraisers here in Los Gatos. It was really cool. George Kittle from the 49ers was there. The Earthquakes goalie, JT Markanowski, was there speaking, so that was really neat. Councilmember Risto was also there. I attended the labor brunch, the South Bay Labor Council labor brunch, really great. Supervisor Cindy Chavez was honored for her work to support working people. I attended the Cities Association Legislative Action Committee, the West Valley Sanitation District Board meeting, which I chaired, and I have my first DART meeting, the Disaster Aid Response Team meeting tomorrow night. So looking forward to that.
Thank you. Councilmember Rennie?
So I met with Sarah Chafin, who did our teacher housing, and she let me on to some issues we have. That project is really a combined project where town land, we allowed them to use town land to create teacher housing, and there's an issue where water comes off of the town property, which is really the side hill, which they didn't take on, and flows across the property and is eroding away the bank on the opposite side, which is again town property, and it's sort of not memorialized well enough about who's supposed to be solving this problem. Is it the town? Is it the teacher housing, which is really a nonprofit that's barely able to make enough money to pay back the loan that they took from us? So I hopefully handed the problem off to the assistant town manager to see if there's some way to better memorialize that, so we have a document so our staff and whoever in the future is managing that teacher housing understands how to deal with which kinds of problems, since this is really a combined kind of project. I also, one of the town homeless brought to my attention that the San Jose, if he's correct, is starting to get fined for having the homeless in the creeks. They're getting more vigilant about that, and what happens if they come to Los Gatos. Our homeless are mostly residing in the creek, and there's not a lot of other places to go. So something to think about if they start trying to find Los Gatos and we're forced to move the homeless around, are they going to be sleeping on the Civic Center deck, or how are we going to deal with that? So that was brought to my attention also.
Thank you. Vice Mayor.
Thank you. Let's see, I met with a number of folks who live on Benedict Lane concerning the development in Newtown. I attended the All Employees Quarterly meeting. Thank you for the invitation to that. I appreciated being included in that. I participated at the Kiwanis Turnaround Awards luncheon. That was a wonderful event. I had a meeting of the Community Center Planning Group who are working toward a community workshop on June 20th. There'll be a lot more on that coming out soon. There is currently a survey of needs that's being circulated for that. Participated in the Cities Association Board of Directors meeting. And let's see, then I met with some folks at the Chamber about beach cut-through traffic and was delighted to participate in the Youth Commission interviews for the first time. That was really inspiring. Participated at the swearing-in ceremony for our police officers, and also attended a little bit at the Service Providers Fair. And again, I wasn't able to do the whole thing, but the Bike to Wherever was a great event. I participated in that for the first time. Yeah, that's pretty much it.
Thank you. On May 9th, I participated in the Kiwanis Turnkey Scholarship event. May 13th, I attended a meeting of the Finance Commission. On May 15th, I also conducted interviews with the Vice Mayor for youth commissioners. The chief was also in attendance. On May 16th, I also participated in the swearing-in ceremony for the Los Gatos Monte Sereno Police Department. And on May 18th, I participated in the Girls on the Run 5K event and provided a mayor's welcome along with Cindy Chavez, who also participated and also provided a warm welcome to the 3,500 participants. That's all I have. I'll look to our town manager.
Thank you. To close out this evening, I just want to remind the council that tomorrow night, the Planning Commission will be considering our housing element and will have a recommendation for town council consideration. June 1st starts our summer reading program. It runs through the month of all of June and all of July. The theme this year is Adventure Begins at Your Library. We have a lot of great programs, so please check it out and sign up. Thank you.
Okay, with that, we're going to move to the closed session report, and I'm going to start reporting out that at the request of the town council, our town manager, Laurel Privetti, has agreed to extend her end date to at least August 2nd to accommodate the anticipated town manager recruitment timeline. In turn, thank you, Ms. Privetti, for your consideration and continued stewardship during this transitional time. With that, I'll look to our town attorney, Ms. Whelan.
Thank you. In addition to the interim town manager appointment, the town council considered existing litigation pursuant to section 54956.9 and labor negotiations pursuant to government code section 54957.6, and there's no reportable action for either of those items.
Thank you. With that, this meeting is adjourned. Thank you.